A very good morning to you from Loughborough University for day 2 of the wheelchair tennis. We have the first of the mixed doubles coming up this morning on court number 2, Wales against England. We have Lily Folland and Alex Wilson of Wales up against Oliver Cox and Ellen Tribley of England South. Play is due to commence around 10 o'clock. We're just waiting for the players and the umpires to come on court. And action will start in a few minutes. So the players are now courtside and just about to do the coin toss before we go into our 3-minute warm-up. We'll find out the result of the coin toss in due course. Well, the players are coming on court for the warm-up. There's a nice crowd in here this morning at the Loughborough University. Really good atmosphere in here. Six games scheduled for court number 2 today, covering the mixed doubles and doubles. We're now getting into the quarter-final stages and onwards in the various competitions. So I'm sure there will be some good tennis ahead today. There is Alex Wilson from Wales. Just going through the latter stages of the warm-up now. Alex Wilson is also in the singles semi-final, the under-18 boys singles semi-final. Seeded number 4. He's partnered by Lily Folland. Who's also had a very successful time in the girls under-18 singles. She's in the final and will face Alice Dyer on Sunday. So just to repeat what the umpire said, this is fast forward tennis. So best of 3 sets. The first 2 sets are first to 4 games. If it goes to a third set, it's a championship tie-break, first to 10 points. There's no juice in this format. It's the next point wins. So a very quick, fast format. So this is the first quarter-final in the mixed doubles, as the umpire calls time. And it looks as though it will be Alex Wilson of Wales to serve. It's a good second serve from Wilson, 15-love. $30-love. It's the first double fault of this match, 30-15. Alex Wilson also in the semi-final of the boys' doubles. Partner in Cameron Hudd. So far so good for Alex Wilson. $40-30. Sorry, umpire's corrected that, 30 all. Now it's 40-30. So juice deciding point. That's 40 all. Next point will win the opening game. And into the net from Oliver Cox. First game to Wales. They need one game to love in the opening set. So another mixed doubles being announced on a neighbouring court, court number 1 this morning. As the players switch ends. And it will be Oliver Cox to serve. That's a great first serve. So in the boys singles semi-finals, it is Oliver Cox will be facing Alex Wilson. So these two will know each other very, very well after this year's school games. Just into the net from Ellen Tribbley. 15 all. (30-15), good serve there from Oliver Cox. Seeded number 2 in this year's school games. (40-15). I think they thought that was along the Welsh pairing. And that's the game to England. 1 game all. Lily Folland unable to return the Cox serve. And it will be Lily Folland to serve. (15 love). Lily Folland, she's a part of the Welsh Wheelchair Programme, Performance Programme. I believe she's been in the school games before, so kind of used to this environment. Certainly serving very well this morning. Second serve's good from Folland. 40 love. Second serve. And just into the net from Ellen Tribbley, so game to Wales. Wales leading 2-1 in its opening set. On serve so far. The first of 4 games. If we do get to 3 games all, it will go to a tie break. First to 7 points, winning by 2 clear points. Players just having a few words with their respective coaches on the sidelines. And it will be Ellen Tribbley to serve as the umpire calls time. Ellen Tribbley, she made it through to the under-18 girls semi-finals yesterday. She was defeated by the number 2 seed Alice Dyer. And that's long from Alex Wilson, 15 love. $15 all. Double fault from Ellen Tribbley. So Ellen Tribbley, she's a part of the LTA's Wheelchair Enhanced Player Support Programme. Started tennis just over a year ago. So a newcomer to wheelchair tennis. This is her first ever junior competition at this year's National School Games, so a wonderful experience for her to play at this level. Oh, great shot from Alex Wilson. 15-40, the 2 break points. Oh, wonderful shot from Alex Wilson. Delicately placed over the net to take the 4th game. Wales now leading by 3-1 in this first set. great serve from Wilson. Love. That was long from Alex Wilson, 15 all. Wonderful return there from Oliver Cox. (30-15). Straight down the middle between the English pairing from Alex Wilson, 40-15. It's a set point for Wales. And that's the game and first set to Wales, 4-1. Beautifully played by the Welsh pairing of Folland and Wilson. The experience there of Alex Wilson starting to shine through, serving very well in that final game to wrap up that first set. So we'll be seeing Oliver Cox back on this court shortly after this game. He's paired up with Reuben Harris of England. They'll be on court number 2 later, and they'll be up against Gregor Anderson and Charlie Jago Byrne, the Scotland-Ulster pairing. So players back out on court for set 2. Oliver Cox to serve. Love 15, Ellen Tribby not quite able to make it from the return from Lily Folland. Oh, wonderful cross-court shot from Lily Folland. Brilliantly placed. Love 30. Right into the net from Oliver Cox. Love 40, so 3 break points on the England serve in this first game. Oh, wonderful return from Wilson. First game to Wales. Break of serve, more importantly, in this second set. And Wales starting to show their dominance in this mixed doubles quarter-final. Players just switching ends. England supporters getting behind their team. And the Welsh pairing certainly playing with confidence this morning, playing well in their respective singles and doubles matches. Certainly settled well into this quarter-final. It'll be Lily Folland to serve. Wales leading 1 game to love, 1 set to love. That's a good first serve under the racket of Ellen Tribbley, 15 love. Right on the line there from Lily Folland. 30 love. Super return from Oliver Cox, but Lily Folland placing the ball with perfection right on the baseline. .40 love. Both players from Wales going for that ball, and that's long from England, and the second game and a hold of serve. Folland and Wilson leading 2 games to love in the second set. So Ellen Tribbley from Wales. Second serve for Ellen Tribbley. Double faults, love 15. Love 30. And Tribbley just needs to compose. He's taking the time. Good second serve from Tripoli. And that's wide from Folland. 15-30. Second serve. (15-40), another double fault from Ellen Tripoli. So 2 break points for Wales. Good first serve this time. And a forehand, beautifully played by Alex Wilson. The Welsh pairing break in again and now lead 3 games to love. And 1 set to love, and will be serving for the match. So Wilson and Folland in excellent position to wrap up this quarter-final as the umpire calls time. Wales dominating this second set. Be Alex Wilson to serve. Serving for the match. That's a good start. 15 love. Straight between Oliver Cox and Ellen Tripoli. 30 love. Another good serve, 40 love. It's match point for Wales. Wilson serving superbly in this 4th game. 1 more for the match. Right on the line from Cox. And between the players again from Wales. And that is game, set and match. 2 Wales, 4-1, 4 love. Excellent performance from Lily Folland and Alex Wilson. Oliver Cox and Ellen Tripoli putting up a good fight, but not strong enough on the day. Oliver Cox now needs to go away. He's back on court soon in the boys' doubles. That'll be the next match up on court number 2. He's paired up with Ruben Harris of England, the number 1 seed in the school games this year. And they're up against Gregor Anderson and Charlie Jago Byrne, the pairing from Ulster and Scotland. That'll be the next match here on court number 2 at Loughborough University. Join us soon for that match.
That's the first game on court one, now complete on day 2 of the School Games National Finals 2022. Let's have a big round of applause for our 4 players. From the combination team of England, Northern Scotland, Alice Dyer and Gregor Anderson. And from Wales, Lily Bignell and Evan Hansen. Again, there'll be a short break on court number 1 with matches recommencing around 11:30.
is unlikely to move forward because we're going to be in this match and this match and this match. And then he's got singles finals.
Are you doing all the medal sales again tomorrow?
No, I was going to try and do a mixed final today.
So I've got a strict ceremony.
Yeah, I was going to try, but it's scheduled to have the mixed doubles.
But do the ceremony tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll just keep you updated. Next week is the yeah, so that'll be that. Yeah, we'll see how that I assume so. It's all based on reservations. 11:30. Yeah, that's really good match. They asked if they could switch their singles in first.
the end.
What time is your first call? 9 o'clock. So if you go in the shower,
Yeah.
don't walk past me. At the shower. Got in my dedicated office thing. Change. We did have a spare bed. Decorated it. Not very okay. Not me. Lynn.
Yeah.
Like all we do is like. This is a typical thing, isn't it? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Still
It's
there.
not. This is my workstation. Yeah, exactly.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Eden. I'm
Hi.
a oh, go for it, sorry.
I was saying hi, and it's nice to meet you.
Okay, cool. I'm a T54 wheelchair racer, and I competed at the school games quite a lot. It was one of my first competitions, but I'm a bit old for it now, unfortunately. But what do you do?
So I'm a T38 sprinter and long jumper. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm an T38.
So
Wow.
what's your favorite event then?
I think I started off with sprinting, and then I've gradually moved over to long jumping as well.
That's awesome.
So probably 100's probably my favorite.
Okay, got it. So I do long distance. I've most recently done the marathon at the Commonwealth Games, and I do track stuff as well. Unfortunately, I don't do 100-meter sprints anymore, but that's actually one of the events I competed at when I went to the school games. So have you done any, how do you compete often? How long have you been doing your sport?
So I started my sport like seriously like 2-3 years ago, so like year 7. I did school games last year, but because of like COVID and everything, it kind of was a bit different. I've done some like major events. Like I think in May I competed for GB
Oh, wow.
at the Italian Grand Prix, Power Grand Prix. And yeah, I've been doing some. I did Diamond League this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so quite a bit competing.
Wow, that's really, really cool actually. I was lucky enough, I've been competing since I was 12. I'm now 21, so quite a long time. I've competed for, well, Team England, and I went to the World Juniors twice as well. And for me, that was a big product of the school games because it was the first place that I actually went on my own as a young competitor, which I really enjoyed, but obviously must have been a bit different during COVID. I didn't have that experience, but I'm sure this year, now COVID's out of the way, it should be a lot more eventful and interactive.
Yeah.
So, yeah, do you have any questions? Sorry.
Yeah. What like first inspired you to do like long distance and wheelchair racing?
So I watched 2012 when I was quite young, and I went into senior school in year 7 just after the Paralympics games had ended, or sort of during the end of it, at the end of it. And my school was really big on sport where I went. So they introduced me into a program called Playground to Podium, which I tried wheelchair racing there. And then I found my coach, Jenny Archer and David Weir, and I sort of got into it from there. And long distance kind of came naturally as I got a bit older. Everyone in wheelchair racing, or not all the time, but in most cases you start off doing sprints because it's not easy to learn, but your body can handle it a bit better, sort of getting used to it. And it was sort of when I turned maybe about 16 or 17 that I realized that I preferred long distance. And this year was the first year I actually stopped doing sprints, and it's also the first time I've ever done marathons. So it was quite a long progression into the long distance stuff.
Yeah, I can never do long distance.
Well, never say never. I thought that when I first started.
Well,
It's more fun than it sounds.
yeah. So like, how did you prepare for like competitions and like the Commonwealth Games?
So mainly I have a routine that I do. Especially the night before, it's making sure everything's packed. I write a list, which sounds really boring, but it works. And I've been competing for a long time. So for me, I've found what works for me, how to warm up properly and stretching. And if I take any supplements, what ones I'm going to take depending on the distance and the races. But training wise for the Commonwealth, the preparation was pretty brutal. It's been super hot, and long distance in such extreme heat is really hard. So for me, it was sort of trying to figure out how I can push 100 miles a week to prepare for the Commonwealth Games. And that was really difficult, but I was lucky enough to have a great team of coaches and nutritionists behind me. And I did a lot of research for myself for nutrition to find out sort of what's best for me as a long distance athlete, and S&C as well, strength and conditioning, that was a massive part played too. But mainly it's just getting my head down, knuckling down and going for it.
That sounds good. So what like tips would you have for someone preparing for a race?
I think go through the steps. You've got to envision your race, all the outcomes that there might be, how you would react if something happened. It's really good to practice in all weather conditions if you can, because you never know if it's going to be raining on the day or how windy it's going to be or how hot it's going to be. And kind of just stay calm, or as calm as you possibly can, because you're obviously racing because you know what you're meant to be doing. And you've said that you've raced quite a lot and competed quite a lot, so you know what works for you, and it's just taking deep breaths and staying calm and knowing why you're there.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Like, what have you learned from school games that you've been able to use in different competitions?
For me, it was one of the first competitions that I went to on my own. Obviously, you go with a team and you have your chaperones, but the first one I went to without my parents, where I stayed away from home. I was quite young when I did my first school games, so I wasn't really sure how to prepare, what to do, but it's definitely taught me that sort of whatever situation you go in, there's more than likely going to be other people that can help you while you're there, who know what they're doing more than you do, and who, if you have any questions, you'll be able to just ask. And that was really big when I started going to senior competitions, because it was like, well, all I have to do is ask someone and I'll know what I'm doing now.
Nice. Yeah. I think I haven't actually been able to take as much back from it last year.
Yeah.
Because obviously you don't talk to people as much.
Definitely. This year, though, it should be a lot different. There's a lot of other activities, which I'm sure you'll be able to experience now that COVID's sort of on the back burner.
Yeah. Like, how do you deal with disappointment?
I think that's quite a good question, because it's hard to sort of regulate your emotions when you don't do as well as you hoped you would. But for me, it's more remembering that there's a reason that I probably didn't do so well. Maybe I was injured or tired, maybe I hadn't eaten right or slept right, and it's remembering that, okay, this one hasn't gone my way. What did I do that was different, or what didn't I do that I normally do to sort of create this outcome? And it's about looking back at all the things that I did and picking out, okay, so I need to change this for next time, or I need to remember that I can do this next time, just so that there's normally a reason for why something's gone wrong, and if you can pinpoint that reason, it makes it easier to deal with.
Yeah, okay, that's good. As well as that, like, how do you cope with the pressure that you put on yourself, like during the race or like before the race?
I think for me, it's more, I need to remember that I've done everything that I can, and I'm guilty of putting a lot of pressure on myself, pressure to perform well and do things. And as I've gotten a little bit older, I've kind of realized the best thing that I can do is just be calm. Like, I know what I'm doing. I don't need to put pressure on myself, because at the end of the day, I can't control what the other athletes are doing. I can only control what I'm doing. And as long as I'm doing the things that I should be, then I shouldn't really put much more pressure on myself because I can't really do anything more than what I've already done.
Okay, so like you've done all the work, and so you have to believe in what you've already done to make.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. You know that you've done the training, you've got your coaches, you've prepared for it as best you could. So there's no point putting any extra pressure on because it's not going to help in any way.
Yeah, as well, how did you cope like with the pressure of school and the pressure of training and competing?
Yeah, so that was quite a hard one. And now it's it's changed from school into work as well, which is hard. But it's more, for me, I quite like having the routine of having school and having training. And it's all about time management. The pressure to do well in school and to do well in training it's a lot that a lot of people won't understand. And the best way to do that is surrounding yourself with people who do understand, not necessarily other athletes, but having friends who are like, okay, how can we help you? And having your teachers and your parents, other people sort of being like, we know you've got a lot of pressure on, what can we do to make it easier? Or if there is anything that you need help with, simply just asking. Asking can solve a lot of issues, and sort of it takes a lot of pressure off of you because it's better to have two heads thinking about something than just your own.
Yeah, because I'm going into GCSEs, so I get home from school and I go trainings like almost straight after. So you know how to cope with that. Yeah,
that's a really hard one, especially during exam season. I remember when I was going through my exams, and it's okay to say, look, I have, say, whatever, you have your English exam on the Friday. If you're meant to be training on the Thursday or the Wednesday, it's okay to sometimes say, no, look, I need to work on my schoolwork this week. I need to do this. And then you can pick it up in training after you've done your exam. But it's okay to sort of prioritize things. You don't have to keep the ratios of sport and work and sport and school life exactly the same all the time. It's good to prioritize things at points because it will help you get through it a lot easier.
Yeah, like when did you learn how to prioritize things and what to prioritize?
For me, it was probably during exam seasons, really, because I knew that it was summer. I had races going on, but I also knew that, okay, GCSEs, that's something that I really need to focus on as well. And for me, it became about, okay, if I maintain my level of fitness and keep training, but if I need to just sort of, if I say I really struggled with my science exam and my physics exams, so I was like, okay, so on a Wednesday night, which is when I was normally going to train, the Wednesday before my physics exam, I said, look, I'm not training today, I need to focus. Because for me, I figured out that GCSEs are something that is going to be going on forever. It's a good thing to make sure I've got my GCSEs and the best grades I can get. And with training wise, I can pick that up at another point. So after my GCSEs, I had all the summer to really smash it out, really pick up my training, and prioritize my training in those summer months where I didn't have my exams. So it's just, it will come more naturally to you throughout your GCSE year. You'll kind of figure out what's harder and what's easier, and then what you need to spend more time on. And it's more about not being afraid to say to your coaches or your parents or whoever, saying, look, I just need to focus on this right now, and I can focus on something else later, whether that is sport, if it's social life, whatever it is, you just don't be afraid to say it.
Yeah. About social life, how did you like juggle sport and like work or school and like your social life as well?
So for me, obviously, you're doing so many things. You're doing sport and you're doing your school life, and you want to have your friends and your social life going on as well. And it was about, again, sort of time management. So even me now, I can't go out every single day with my friends because I've got other things that I have to do. But what I do is on a Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, whatever it is, I'm like, okay, that's the time that I will see my friends and spend quality time with people. And if I have extra time throughout the week, then if I'm up to it, if I'm not too tired, if I've not got anything else on, then I'll go and see my friends. And it was more about making sure my friends understood why I can't just go and hang out with them at any time of any day like they can with everyone else. It was making sure that they know, okay, these are the things that I really have to do, and I will make time for you. It's just we've got to find the right sort of time that works for everyone. And for me, it tends to be a weekend, a Saturday or a Sunday morning or something like that. And it's all really about time management and just figuring out, okay, right, I'm training Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I've got to do revision on Thursday and Friday, and Saturday even saying, right, Sunday for a few hours during the day, let's go out, let's do something, or FaceTime your friends or talk to them. But it's sort of you, again, prioritizing and time management.
Okay. How did you find school games when you were there? And
I loved it.
What did you enjoy?
So for me, I was really lucky, and I met two of my best friends at the school games, and they were both from different teams. So I really encourage you when you're there to make the most of the other sports that are going on around you, and going out and watching and not being afraid to just go and chat to random people. It's really nice when all the different teams start interacting and you can make some real lifelong friends from it. I mean, I probably went to school games the first time maybe 6 or 7 years ago, and I'm still really, really good friends with the people that I met there that long ago. And it's really just take it all in. Don't go on your phone if you don't have to. I do that at most competition where I'm away. I sort of, maybe I'll go on my phone when I'm in my room at night or something, but other than that, throughout the day, I'm trying to just soak it all in and enjoy the environment. And it really makes a big difference when you can just take a breath and go, I'm going to enjoy this now.
Okay. Was there anything that you didn't like about school games?
I don't remember, it was so long ago. I was a bit fussy with food, so to be honest, I might not have liked the food, but but no, I can't really answer that because I don't quite remember if there was anything I didn't like. Again, for me, it was a really positive experience, all of it, being my first time away from my parents, sort of just being able to become my own person in that moment and really feel like this is what I want to do.
Okay. Where do you see yourself and like your sport and your career in like the next 5 years?
For me, really, I want to do all the world marathon majors personally, which is it's a lot of places to go. And I want to be able to go to another senior championship. I was lucky enough to get a silver medal at my last one. And so it'd be nice to go to maybe a World Games or a Europeans or even the Paralympics. The next 5 years are really busy for the para athletes. So it would just be great to go and experience a load of new things, really. I just want to do the best that I can.
Yeah. Is there like a competition that you like want to get to more than others, or are they all like equal?
For me, I think I really want to go to the Paralympics because the Paralympics does have a marathon. So to do the marathon at another big event, there aren't many that do it. The World Championships and European Championships, they don't do it. I would love to go on track for those as well, but I really do enjoy a marathon. I must enjoy the pain or something. But it's yeah, the Paralympics, it feels like one of the big ones.
Yeah. How do you think like para sport is represented in like the world of sport? And how do you think it's a good representation or not a good one?
I do think that when parasport is represented, it is good through the media. There's always quite a positive outcome, and it's always a great story that's told. But I do think that there's still a lot of work that can be done on it. The Commonwealth was really great for sort of putting parasport out there. But I think that there is definitely more that the media can do to help us out, and probably more that we as athletes can do. But it's all about, I think in time, it's going to become bigger and bigger and bigger. It's just having the right people supporting us and willing to sort of put our stories out there that's going to help us more.
Okay. All right. I kind of ran out of questions. So do you have any like
Well, yeah.
points.
Well, I have some questions for you, if that's okay. I want to know what your
Yeah,
goals
yeah,
are.
sure.
Where do you want to be in 10 years' time?
10 years. I would really like to go to the Paralympics
Yeah.
or like major event.
Mhm.
Yeah, something. I don't know. Just I can't say that I haven't been to a major event. I want to probably go overseas somewhere,
Yep.
like Paralympics or Worlds.
That's really cool. That is really cool. For me, going on international competitions is always the best. Being able to travel with it's really nice.
Yeah.
Really, for me as well, the school games, what I'll sort of say is the school games was a really great point for me as a young athlete. And again, I really do encourage you while you're there to just go and talk to random people. I was really shy when I went, and I kind of forced myself to be out there. And I'm really, really glad that I did, because you will find people with very similar sort of things going on in their lives as you. You'll find other athletes who are also in school.
So welcome back to Loughborough University, day 2 of the wheelchair tennis school games. We now have an enthralling tie between Oliver Cox and Ruben Harris of England South up against Gregor Anderson and Charlie Jago Byrne, Scotland and Ulster.
That's the point toss now complete on court 2. So let's hear it from our 4 players in the boys' doubles from England South, Ruben Harris and Oliver Cox. Taking on the combination team from Scotland and Ulster, Charlie Jago Byrne and Gregor Anderson.
So this is the boys' doubles semi-final. Just about to begin the warm-up.
That was on the previous version.
So 3 of these boys are still going in the under-18 boys singles. We're at the semi-final stage. So Ruben Harris will be playing Gregor Anderson in one of the semi-finals, and Oliver Cox will be playing Alex Wilson. So these boys very much in form in multiple competitions. Format of this match, as usual, fast 4 tennis is best of 3 sets. The first 2 sets will be played to 4, and if we go to a final and deciding set, it will be a 10-point championship tiebreak set. So Reuben Harris and Oliver Cox are the number 1 seeds in the boys doubles competition. And it will be Gregor Anderson serving first.
Taking on the combination team from Scotland and Ulster, Charlie Jago Byrne and Gregor Anderson. Your chair umpire, Rob Wilkinson.
Just finishing the warm-up, umpire indicating 30 seconds left before we kick off this boys doubles semi-finals. That's the end of the warm-up. Final words from the coaches. But this match is certainly a difficult one to call, with all 4 players playing very well at the moment. Charlie Jago Byrne lost to Oliver Cox in the boys singles quarter-final yesterday, so these players will know each other's game very well. And it's Gregor Anderson serving first. That's long from Anderson. Love 15. First double fault of the match, love 30. followed by a second double fault, love 40. So an early opportunity for England to break. 3 break points. Got a great shot from Ruben Harris. First game goes to England South. Break of serve. England lead 1-0.
From the crowd, for our 2 players in the boys singles events from Wales, Evan Hansen. Taking on today from England South, Mackenzie O'Reilly. Your chair umpire, Sophie King.
Well, you can see Ruben Harris certainly has the shots in his armoury. Real confident player. Very impressive in the boys singles yesterday. Now serving for England South. Wide from Anderson, 15 love. Great forehand from Harris. Great second serve, 30 love. Love. A chance for England to stamp their authority on this first set. And that wraps up the second set. England lead 2 games to love in this opening set. Superb service game from Ruben Harris of England South. And it will be Charlie Jago Byrne of Ulster to serve in the third game. Long from Harris, 15 love. A double fault from Jago Byrne, 15 all.
This is the biggest deal, I think.
And out of reach for Jago Byrne. Great shot from Oliver Cox, 15-30. Second serve for Jago Byrne. Into the net from Harris. 30 all. That's long from Harris. Out. 40-30. Chance for Jago Byrne and Gregor Anderson to hold their serve. Long from Anderson. Deuce. Next point. Wins the game. Deciding point. A big moment in this first set. And it's a great serve from Jago Byrne to hold serve and bring a game back, keeping him in touch. 2-1. A massive serve from Charlie Jago Byrne there. 3 games to love would have been a disaster, but Scotland Ulster hold, and it's 2-1. So that last game keeps Scotland and Ulster in touching distance. England still with the break of serve. Be Oliver Cox of England to serve. It's a wayward one from Oliver Cox. Better second serve. And a great forehand from Rubin Harris, putting Jago Byrne under a bit of pressure there. 15 love. Gregor Anderson just losing his racket there. .30 love. And Oliver Cox splitting the combination of Ulster and Scotland straight down the middle of the court, setting himself perfectly for the forehand shot. 40 love. Long from Anderson, game to Cox and Harris. Now lead 3-1 first set. It'll be Gregor Anderson serving to stay in the first set. And a great backhand slice from Rubin Harris, cross court. Superbly played, giving Charlie Jago Byrne no chance. Love 30, double fault from Anderson. And another double fault. Love 40 is a set point to Cox Harris of England. Second serve from Anderson. It's now again another double fault, so the first set to Cox Harris of England, 4-1. Serve there of Gregor Anderson, just letting him down ever so slightly in that final game. Time to reset, speak with the coaches and come out for the second set. So in the other semi-final of the boys' doubles, it will be Cameron Hudd and Alex Wilson of Wales. They've been given a bye in their semi-final due to withdrawal of Lucas Town. As they make their way back onto court. Ruben Harris to serve. Great shot from Oliver Cox, 30 love. Oh, great serve from Harris. Ace. No chance for Jago Byrne with that one. Long from McGregor. And the first game to England South. So England starting the second set where they left off. Taking a commanding stance in this match, in this semi-final. Players come back on. Will be Anderson, Jago Byrne to serve. And it will be Anderson served in this second game. great return for Anderson, but a beautiful lob shot from Ruben Harris there over the head of Gregor Anderson. Double fault from Anderson, love 30. Oh, beautiful forehand with topspin. Ruben Harris starting to show his class in this match. Looking very confident on the court. And Oliver Cox again splitting the Ulster Scotland pair to take the second game convincingly. England South now lead 2 games to love and 1 set to love, and can almost see that place in the final. Beautiful backhand shot cross court from Ruben Harris again. 15 love. Dirty love. Anderson unable to return. Into the net from Jago Byrne, 40 love. The number 1 seeds really starting to dominate now. Great serve from Cox into the net from Anderson to wrap up the 3rd game in this 2nd set. England South leading 3 games to love and 1 set to love. Well, the England coach will be just saying to the chaps, just carry on doing what they're doing. They're playing ever so well. They're one game away from the final as the umpire calls time. Players switching end. And a bit of pressure on the Jago Byrne serve. Double fault from Jago Byrne, love 15. Just wide from Jago Byrne, love 30. That may well have been going long from Ruben Harris there. Got a little bit fortunate. Jago Byrne taking on the volley but unable to return. Love 40, so it's match point for England South. It's long from Cox. 15-40. 2 match points for England South. And there it is for England South. Game, set and match. Cox Harris in 2 straight sets. 4-1 for love. A dominant performance from England South. They booked their place in the final against Cameron Hudd and Alex Wilson, who are straight through to the final due to the withdrawal of Lucas Town. And the final will be played tomorrow on day 3 here at the wheelchair tennis at Loughborough University. Great performance from the England team. The number 1 seeds looking good. Gregor Anderson still has the boys singles to play, where he will face Ruben Harris. So still all to play for, as pictures are taken of the semi-finalists. A great match and the perfect result for England South. So just some final words from the coaches there. A good performance from the Scotland Ulster pairing, just unable to live with the number 1 seeds. So still more action to come here on court number 2 at Loughborough University in the wheelchair tennis. Next up it will be the mixed doubles, and Ruben Harris will be back on court up alongside Scarlett Walker, and they will be taking on Will Barton and Isabel Collier. As the officials make their way off, the players will soon be leaving, so there'll be a short break. So we'll be back shortly with that mixed doubles, and we'll see you for more action in around 20 to 30 minutes.
I heard you go ifs. Yeah. Like, yeah. Then, no. Some yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit
Yeah, sure.
That is joining together independently. You do.
Yeah, but I didn't use that practice so much.
So the scenario is different rounds, so therefore not that particular but we have I'll do it. I'll get this one done. first match complete today on court number 3. Let's hear it again for our 2 players from Wales, Evan Hansen. And the winner from England South, Mackenzie O'Reilly.
you come to Loughborough, there's so many different sports that we have on offer, whether you want to compete or whether you want to play recreationally. But our competitive side, we have our AU teams, so we hold taster sessions, so you can give things a go. And then if you want to, you can trial for the team. And then if you're successful on the team, you buy a membership and you compete for Loughborough in that sport.
Loughborough has been phenomenally successful at Bucks. Bucks is the British Universities and Colleges Sport Championships. So we have over 60 clubs that compete and train week in, week out. Thousands and thousands of students take part in the athletic union, and they all love to wear the kind of African violet purple shirt with pride and represent the university against other universities and against the best clubs in the country.
The buzz you get on Wednesday nights, the Bucks nights, just running out in front of all your friends, it's just a real buzz, walking through that tunnel, getting onto the pitch. Playing for Loughborough makes me feel really proud, just seeing the people that have been there, worn the shirt already, and what they're doing now. They're playing for England on the weekends, they're playing for the professional clubs.
Each athletic union club has their own student committee which help to run and facilitate their sport. It's really important for us that student development is just as much at the heart of what our athletic union clubs do, as well as the actual playing of sport. Everybody gets to use the same facilities here on campus. It's not like we've got facilities that are only for elite people or only for beginners. We all use the same facilities, tread on the same pitches, and we've got staff that are available to make sure that your experience is as good as it can be. We have an incredible array of coaching staff, performance support staff, so things like physio, strength and conditioning coaches that are always on hand to help people learn, develop and improve.
So the AU at Loughborough is just like completely different from any other university. The competitive side of it is really supported by the uni, and like the social side as well, alongside the competitive teams. Everyone seems to really be invested and come to support Loughborough when they're playing.
Loughborough will give you an incredible opportunity for sport, whatever your interest is, whatever level you want to be part of, and really have that life-shaping journey through university. This is the place that you can really develop and learn and enjoy yourself as well.
Hiya. Okay. My name is Oscar Kelly. I compete for Great Britain in paratriathlon in the visually impaired category. I competed in the 2018 school games as well as the 2022 Commonwealth Games for Team England.
Hi, my name is Lily May Lancaster Evans. I'm 13 years old and I train in modern pentathlon. I compete in laser run, fencing and swimming. I started in the sport when I was 8 months. My friend wanted to go to the training session and she wanted someone to go with, and I loved the session so much that I joined the club and carried on with the sport. Just a year later I qualified for the World Championships in Egypt and got 2 silver medals and a bronze medal. I have since competed in an international competition in Madeira, the European Biathlon and Triathlon Championships in Germany, the European Laser Run Championships in Weiden, Germany, and at the World Laser Run Championships in Budapest. Last year I was lucky enough to compete in the school games for laser run. Since then I've continued to train and compete this year. I became the under 15 laser run champion and under 15 tetrathlon champion.
Oh, I feel like you should be the mentor.
What inspired you to first get involved in your sport and how did it feel competing in the nationals finals?
That's a tough one. So got a funny story about that. I was banned from cycling to school because of my visual impairment and some not so good cycling skills. And so I took cycling up recreationally outside of school on closed course stuff and a bit of velodrome work. And I met a really good friend of mine who also competed in the school games alongside me in 2018. And him and his mum was sort of like, well, here's triathlon, if you want to try it out. And I was like, well, I'll get bored of cycling eventually. And so I was like, I'd try out some duathlon stuff, which is running and cycling. I did all right at that against able-bodied athletes, so I sort of learned how to swim. And then from there, I got picked up by the British Pathway, and they've really pushed on some of those young athletes to try and develop us. And the first year that triathlon was in school games, I was lucky enough to compete.
Yeah. What is your biggest sporting or personal achievement?
I think it's got to be Commonwealth Games. It's pretty recent. It's a bit of a tough one, a bit of heartbreak. Fortunately, we didn't get the result we wanted. But we got 2 punches on the bike, which is very unfortunate. But we finished and finished 5th, which is for most people a good result. But I went there to win something, so you're never happy unless you medal. But that's still just that was a crazy experience. Like a jump up from doing World Championship stuff, so that was just amazing. And you have nothing close to a games event, and then to do a home games as well. It's just a dream, really.
Yeah. What is something you're passionate about outside of sport, and why are you proud of it?
Sleeping, if I'm honest. Just trying to get trying to take a step away from sport. So I've got a dog called Storm, and I guess maybe him. But I don't really do much other than sport. It's probably unhealthy obsession, but it is what it is.
Yeah. What's your favourite sport out of the 3?
Oh, that's a good one. It generally changes, and it changes depending on what I'm doing best in at the time. I've got to a point where I enjoy swimming now, which is always good. But I didn't enjoy swimming for a long time. But I think it's got to be running. Running's probably my favourite, because if I'm feeling a bit down, or I don't want to do some training, I go for a little jog, and I'll be straight back in the zone. And there's nothing like running quick. Running quick's really fun.
Yeah. How do you block out negative comments and messages that you receive on social media?
Block them. Usually block them, or I've been fortunate not to get tons of negative comments, but I'm like, most of the time I'm usually just like, who do you think you are? Like, why would you say that, first of all? But just what gives you the authority to say that to me, and you don't know me? So and then go down the normal routes of blocking and ignoring people, because it's not your fault they've got a problem with you.
How do you deal with loss or disappointment, both within and outside of sporting events?
That's a hard one. I'm fortunate enough that because I'm a visually impaired athlete, I race with a guide, and triathlon's usually an individual sport, but because I race with a guide, it's sort of more like a team sport for me. And because of that, I can sort of get a bit of support from him, and I can give support back. And we've got a surrounding team around us all the time, the other athletes, and the majority of them will know what it's like to have a race that doesn't go your way. It's very unusual. You get a race that everything goes how you want it to go, but it's part of the sport, and it's something you definitely got to learn. And I think definitely as a younger athlete, it's a lot harder to learn without having those races.
How do you get focused ahead of competing in a major sporting event?
That's so. I've run through probably what I did before commies, because I had an amazing race at the end of the day. And it started off with getting down onto race site, and then it sounds funny, like I went through registration and everything. I got down super early, and I just had a little nap. I was like, you know what, I'm going to chill out, get some tunes going. I sort of just had a little nap for half an hour before setting up all my transition and everything and doing all my warm-ups. And it got me in the zone. We have something called a dry rope, which is basically like a massive hoodie. And so I had that on and headphones in, try and block out the crowds a bit when I went for my swim warm-up and everything. But just sort of stayed very chill, got a vibe going with the music and laughing around with Charlie, and just sort of kept it light, I guess. And then when it came down to getting onto that pontoon, 2 minutes to go, and the guys in front of us went off, and then you get in the water, and that's when I really focused. I looked at Charlie and I was like, this is what we've been training for, this is what we're doing, stick to the plan. And it did stick to the plan, but that first bit was really good. And that for me, not focusing all day, only focusing that last few minutes before racing really helps when things do go off course like they did in that race. And I had the mental strength and I wasn't too tired out just to go, all right, this has happened, we've got to move on, what are we going to do, and push through.
Yeah. What inspired you to first get involved with the sport?
It's probably more that I'm not really good at it. Like, I'm not really that good at anything else. I'm like, I've got to be good at something. And I wasn't the sporty kid when I was growing up. I'm very much that kid that was picked last for all sports stuff, especially if it required a ball. I could run, but that was about it. And but I just sort of thought, you know what, I'll give it a go. I enjoy cycling. What's the worst can happen? I can take part. I can do a couple of achievements. Like, you usually get a bit of street cred saying you're a triathlete, as it is. And it sort of just went from there, and it's really changed my life. And you told me, I think when I started, you told me 6 or 7 years ago that I'd have competed at the level that I have. I would have told you you're crazy, but I'm also thankful that I gave it a go.
Yeah. What direction do you see your career moving in the next 5 years?
Oh, next 5 years. So late this year, go back to World Champs and hopefully redeem our crash last year. I have a bit of a thing going with big events and either crashing or get mechanical failures. But hoping to go back to World Champs and do well there. And then get on UK sport funding is the next big plan. But then it's really locking in and trying to qualify for Paris Paralympics and medal in there. At the end of the day, that's what we do the sport for. We do the sport not to compete. We do the sport to win. Inside. And then from there, it's hopefully next Commonwealth Games, paratriathlon, my category in paratriathlon still in there, hopefully, and it'd be trying to redeem ourselves there as well, and win lots of medals in the meantime.
If you had to do any sport other than triathlon, what sport would you do?
Oh, I don't know. There's some pretty cool stuff. It depends if I still have my visual impairment. If I didn't, I'd probably do some motor racing, or I've done quite a lot of sort of whitewater kayaking for fun, and that's also pretty awesome. But I'm now quite limited in what I can do. So one of the two there. If I still have my impairment, I'd probably like track athletics or something like that. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. How are you able to juggle having a social life alongside the intensity of training for your sport?
That's a hard one. That's something else I think you got to learn as an athlete. You've got, especially a young athlete, you've got to be able to go to your friends, go, no, I've got to go and do training. I've got to go do this, or I've got to get my homework done so I can go to training later or whatever, depending on what your arrangement is with your parents. But then again, it's really important to have a social life, because if you don't, things can go sideways, and mental health is really, really important at the end of the day. And so, yeah, I try and make sure I've got, don't want to call them appointments, but time slots when I've got like going out with a friend each day or something, making sure I'm not just sat in my flat, or I'm talking to, say, a friend that doesn't live close enough to me on the phone or something, like really making time to make that effort to see someone every day, because it is really important, no matter how sociable you are in the first place. Like I think it's something really important to try and learn.
Yeah. What inspired you to how did it feel competing in the national finals?
It was a really cool experience, actually. So we have something called a blue carpet race, which is basically a race. It's usually an international race. They whip out the blue carpets in transition, and it's just something to add to the fact, not only the visual factor, but like even on the foot, it just feels different. And they did really cool stuff where they got blue carpet out, and it was a really cool experience for a lot of young triathletes, not only us as para triathletes, but they had all the able-bodied lot, and it was a cool experience for them. And it was pretty close to like a communist environment in terms of actually a combined games environment. Sort of, you got to see loads of other sports being around, and for us, we got to be alongside the able-bodied athletes, and it was really the first step to go, this is really cool. This isn't just doing a race around the lake. This is like proper cool stuff, and we've got like little plaques and everything saying our names. And yeah, it's quite specific to triathlon, but it gave a very professional feeling to a sport, and sort of going, no, this is something we want to do. And it was something I was super proud of competing in for a long time.
Yeah. What would your favourite country to compete in be?
So what was that?
What would your favourite country to compete in be?
The UK. What do you mean? Do you mean racing or race sport? Yeah. Okay, racing. I don't know. That was my favourite one so far. Has probably been. I don't know. I'm a bit weird. I like a wet race. So actually, racing in the UK works pretty well for me. But Canada was pretty fun as well. Canada was a cool place to race in. But I honestly quite like racing in the UK. It's I don't have to travel. That saves a lot of stress. I don't know. It'd have to be something really with good views though, if it was to travel.
Yeah. In your opinion, would weather conditions affect your race?
Yeah, massively. So yeah, if it's windy, then water's generally choppier. So we swim open water. So even if it's a lake or sea or whatever, that gets choppy. That'll really change who swims quicker, who swims slower. And then like a wet bike will generally be slower. That's questionable. Me and my guy Charlie generally just do the exact same thing and do pretty similar times, because it's something that we enjoy a bit more. It's something he's used to racing in. It's something that I'm used to racing in. And then the run, it doesn't really matter, if I'm honest. But yeah, no, it can probably slow a race down by a good minute for some people. So and it's just the mental factor as well. I guess, especially for those athletes that are, say, Spanish athletes that aren't quite used to the rain as much, or something like that, where you've got people more used to it a bit used to it. But then again, if it's too cold, then we can't race, then we can't swim. So that's, our races get changed to a duathlon there, and there's quite a lot there and trying to keep warm.
Yeah. What sort of training would you do in a day?
In a day, unfortunately, quite a bit. So triathlons, because we've got 3 sports, we've got to train 3 disciplines, and it also just means we generally have more volume than pretty much any sport. I'm fortunate that I don't do Ironman distance, which is ridiculously long, and so I don't have to do super crazy hours. But I generally do at least 2, if not 3, training sessions a day. Usually, like I pretty much I swim 5 times a week, run 3 or 4 times, and cycle everything in between, plus a couple of gym sessions. So it really just depends what the day is. For example, today is Monday. I've just got a cycle and a swim, pretty easy day. But tomorrow I'd have a hard swim, gym, and a hard run, which is when you start questioning why you do the sport.
Which competition are you most proud of?
I think early career we've got to be school games. I didn't necessarily do as well as I wanted there as well, but it was my first sort of sense that I need to start training, and because you're around people that you knew already. Well, for at least us, we've got quite a tight community, and got a bit of pride for racing from where you're from, and yeah, and then it's got to be an early international career would have been world champs last year. Pretty proud of that, how we handled the situation that we got put in, and then just got to be commies again this season. It's keep on going back to it, but it's crazy and racing against in front of a home crowd, and it's just I don't know, it's an amazing experience. And no matter where you come away from races, like there's just some races where you're just proud of what you've done, proud of how you handled yourself and how you've represented your country.
Yeah. What competitions are you looking forward to competing in?
Paralympics, hopefully. Paralympics, commies again, and many more races in between. I don't think there's really too many extra steps that I can go without. I guess it's more results and competitions, but I'm hoping to be around for a while. So 3 or 4 Paralympics would be nice.
Yeah. How would you balance your diet each day, like what you eat and stuff?
Oh, that's a good one. Well, it's important to get a balanced diet. I'm not a very good example. It's something that I try to work towards. We all have our flaws, and for me, it's nutrition. But we basically usually get told eat as much as you can, because we do a lot of training, and there's you got to fuel it. So different sports you'll have different suggestions from coaches, from nutritionists, and we get told have a balanced diet, but as much carbs, as much protein as you can get in. How frequently you get protein post sessions, during sessions. There's a lot that goes into it, and yeah, I've not mastered it at all yet. Unfortunately, it's a work in progress.
Yeah. Who inspires you to do sport, like people who do sport or out of sport?
I don't know. I train in a really good training group. So I train with 4-time world champion Dave Ellis, who races my category and completely destroys me every single day. So it's sort of an inspiration, but also a nice little challenge for me. But I'm based in Loughborough. There's so many amazing athletes here, and just even like other athletes I train with who have had such hard times with how they've become a para athlete, or injuries and stuff, and like their will to continue to keep on going through rehab, or to have got up and gone, no, you know what, this isn't going to be me. I'm going to go and do something with this. It's pretty inspirational.
How would you deal with having an injury while you're doing sport?
So what was that?
How would you deal with having an injury? Like, what would you do if you?
First things first. Well, first things first, I'd probably either tell physio or my coach, or both simultaneously if I could. It's really important if you do have that support system that you tell people, you don't hide it, no matter what it is, because there's long-term risks. And then it's a case of getting it checked out, making sure it's okay. If it's not, then doing the rehab that you need to do and not rushing it. Because especially as younger athletes, you'll want to get back to doing sport and everything, and it's not worth it. Like long-term wise, it can cut your career really far down, or could just end your career at the end of the day. You don't want a repeat injury because you've not gone through the correct protocols of healing. And if you really love what you do, then you're going to take your time and make sure you're right before you either compete next or go back into full training.
What's your favourite protein-based food to eat while you're doing sport? Like,
do peanut M&Ms count? That's a bit questionable for protein. I don't know. A good bacon butty would be up there. Can't go wrong with that. Or tin of beans or something. I don't. That's a hard one. It might have to be peanut M&Ms, but I've recently found out they're not as nutritious as I thought. So
yeah, that's all my questions.
good.
Oscar, do you have any questions for Lily May, or just any words of advice before the national finals?
How do you do so in sports?
I don't know. I just train.
Pretty similar answer to me. To be fair, I'm like, I don't do that many
sessions each day, because in like separate clubs, I just do all the sessions
okay,
because I'm in an athletics club, so I'll do those sessions and I do all the swimming ones and stuff.
Crazy. How do you handle that at such a young age as well? Like that's really impressive.
Yeah, because straight after I finish school, I'll just go do sport and not be back till like 10 o'clock. So
crazy. Have you gotten the swimmer's timetable yet of swimming before school as well?
Yeah, I've got 3.
Crazy, honestly. I think my main thing would just be enjoy it. You've got a bright future ahead of you, but enjoy the now and enjoy school games. It might, I don't know, for you having competed at such a high level already, it might feel a bit different, maybe not as the novelty of other events, but it's a home games like environment, and they'll have the TV cameras going and everything, and enjoy yourself. Hopefully you win something, but I think that's the most important thing, and try and get swaps if there's any international athletes. Do your best to get swaps, because that is worth it, 100%.
Yeah, I started collecting swim hats. Yeah,
I've still got a Singapore school games t-shirt, so it's very much worth it.
Every swim hats.
Fair enough. I think that's everything.
Let's give them a big warm welcome as they start their warm-up. From the combination team of England and Scotland, Alex Dyer and Gregor Anderson. Taking on the pair from Wales, Lee Holland and Alex Wilson.
Welcome back to Loughborough University, where we have the semi-final of the mixed doubles. Gregor Anderson of Scotland and Alice Dyer of England North taking on the pairing from Wales of Lily Folland and Alex Wilson. Players just going through their warm-up. So as all games, it is the fast 4 tennis rules, best of 3 sets. The first 2 sets will be played to 4, and if we need a final 3rd set, it will be a championship decide our first to 10 points.
The other girl double sent on there, isn't it? There's just 1 minute to go before the next match begins on court 2, so let's hear it one more time for our 4 players in the mixed doubles semi-final. In the combination team from England, North and Scotland, Alice Dyer and Gregor Anderson. Taking on the pair for Wales, Millie Folland and Alex Wilson. Your chair umpire, Iraj Nignat.
Well, it's been a busy day for Gregor Anderson already. He's already played 1 round of the mixed doubles early this morning. And he's probably come off about 45 minutes ago after playing the boys' doubles. 3rd game of the day. So Diane Anderson had a win this morning over Lily Bignall and Evan Hansen. And we saw Lily Folland and Alex Wilson on court 2 on this court, where they beat Oliver Cox and Ellen Tripley in straight sets. So both pairings should be raring to go, warmed up and very much in the zone. It's Gregor Anderson to serve first. First set. Good second serve from Anderson, 15-love. And a great shot from Alice Dyer, forehand cross court. Right on the line from Anderson, 40-love. Good start from the England-Scotland pairing. Another excellent serve from Anderson. First game to Scotland, England. Very good start from Gregor Anderson. Switching ends immediately, wanting to get on with the job. Gregor Anderson. Still in the boys singles as well, which we played later on. Another singles semi-final for him. 4th game of the day, so playing well. Alice Dyer there, shot just catching the top of the net, dropping on the right side. Oh, great shot from Wilson. Playing it across the court, delicately done. 15-all. (30-15). Dyer unable to return. And into the net from Anderson. 40-15. (40-30), double fault from Alex Wilson. And it's long from Wilson. 40-all. Deciding point. So in this format, deuce. The next point wins the game. It's long from Wilson. Again, Anderson, Dyer, and a break of serve. 2 games to love in his first set. And it's Alice Dyer to serve. Alice Dyer and Lily Folland will be seeing each other tomorrow in the girls under 18 singles final. They've already both booked their places in that final. 15. Anderson just missing the shot. Love 30. Enough 40, so 3 break points for the Welsh team. Into the net from Wilson. 1 break point saved, 15-40. Out. 30-40. And it's long from Dyer. Game to Wales, so it's now 2 games to 1 in the first set. An immediate break back for Wales. So all 4 of these players still going well in the under-18 singles. Alex Wilson and Gregor Anderson have the possibility of meeting in tomorrow's final in the under-18 boys competition. As we said, Lily Folland and Alice Dyer are already into their finals and will play each other for the gold medal tomorrow. Wales already back on court. Lily Folland to serve. And into the net from Gregor Anderson, not happy with that. 15-love. The double fault from Folland, 15-all. Wide from Anderson. (30-15). The lovely forehand cross-court shot from Alice Dyer falls in. Wilson wide, unable to return. (30-40). It's a break point for the England-Scotland combination. Deuce, so deciding point to win this fourth game.
The next match on court 3 is about to get underway. Let's give our two players from England and Ulster a big round of applause as the boys singles action
Replay the point.
on court 3.
Ball from another court coming onto court 2. So they will replay the point. So Deuce, next point will win the game. game to Wales to level things up at 2 games all in this first set. Great first serve from Gregor Anderson, 15-love. Let first serve. Long from Wilson, 30-love. (30-15) into the net from Alice Dyer. Anderson going with speed with the first serve, not having the precision. Into the net from Dyer again, 30-all. When Gregor Anderson gets his first serve right, it is a big weapon for his game. Just not finding the accuracy with the first serve at the moment. That's long from Dyer. 30-40 is the break point for the Welsh team. And a double fault from Gregor Anderson to hand the 5th game to Wilson and Folland. Wales now leading 3-2 first set, and Wales will be serving for the first set. So Wales certainly with the momentum at the moment, winning the last 3 games. Wales making their way back on court and it will be Alex Wilson. To serve, Alex Wilson, the number 4 seed in the boys singles, taking a big deep breath, composing himself, looking to wrap up the first set. Wide from Alice Dyer, 15 love. That's wide from Anderson as 30 love. Good serve again from Alex Wilson, 40 love, 3 set points for Wales. And you need one of them to wrap up the first set. 4 games to 2. And that's 4 games on the spin from Wales. Players go back to their respective coaches between the sets. But the momentum and the smiles certainly in the red camp at the moment. So Alice Dyer is just talking to one of the officials here. I think she may have a slight problem with her shoulder. Not too sure if it's a shoulder or wrist. But they're just checking her over at the minute. Clearly the well-being of the athletes is paramount. So I'm just waiting to hear confirmation, but it may be Alice Dyer can't continue in this semi-final. She's taken a medical timeout, so she's just going to seek some attention off court. And play will resume when she returns. So hopefully it's nothing too serious, and she'll be back on court shortly. So while we wait for Alice Dyer to return, we'll just have a break in play. So we've just got a short break in play here due to Alice Dyer of England just taking a short medical break off court. Hopefully she will be back on court shortly and play will resume.
Ruben Harris and Scarlett Walker.
So just in a way as an update, Wales are winning this match by 1-0, just as we wait for Alice Dyer to return to court. In other matches in the under-18s mixed doubles, Ruben Harris and Scarlett Walker defeated Will Barton and Isabel Collier in the quarterfinals. So Ruben Harris and Scarlett Walker will now play Brady Chambers and Ella Coleman in the other semi-final. We'll update you with news from Alice Dyer's injury as we receive it. So just to confirm the state of play, Wales are winning 1-0. We're just about to commence the second set when Alice Dyer requested medical assistance. Looked like a shoulder injury, possibly a wrist injury, not too sure, but she has gone off court to receive some medical attention. So as we know more, we will update you. Hopefully she'll be able to come back on court soon for the remaining sets of this mixed doubles semi-final. Looks like Alice Dyer is returning to the court, which is good news. Good news for this mixed doubles semi-final, but also she'll have one eye on the under-18 singles final tomorrow. She'll want to be fit and well for that. That is up against her opponent today, Lily Folland. So it looks as though play will continue in the next minute or so. Umpire's called time, so on we go to the second set. Players going to switch ends. Wales taking the first set by 4-2. So a round of applause for Alice Dyer coming back onto court. It's Gregor Anderson to serve. Double fault for Gregor Anderson. Obviously a long break between sets, so may have affected the concentration levels for all players. Need to reset. So love 15. Another double fault from Anderson, love 30. And a third double fault in a row. So just needs to compose himself now. Just that long break may have affected concentration levels. Love 40. Very unusual for Gregor Anderson, 4 double faults in a row there. Break of serve. He's a quality player, so that clearly that break has affected him. Just needs to reset, refocus. So Wales with the break of serve in the second set. Wales leading by 1 game to love and 1 set to love. Player switching ends, and that's 5 games on the spin now for Wales. Definitely the momentum in the Wales camp. Lily Folland to serve. Oh, and a great shot from Anderson, right in the corner of the net. He loved that one. What a great rally from both teams there, but a wonderfully executed shot there from Gregor Anderson. Love 30 on the Folland serve. That's long from Dyer. 15-30. And that's wide from Wilson. So 2 break points for Wales, sorry, for England, Scotland on the Welsh serve. 15-40. And a double fall from Lily Folland hands the second game into the hands of Alice Dyer and Gregor Anderson. 1 game all in the second set. Wales leading 1 set to love. into the net from Folland. 15-love. Second serve from Alice Dyer. It's gone underarm, but it's short. 15 all. Alice Dyer's backup plan. The underarm serve paid dividends yesterday in these singles. And a beautifully placed shot there from Alex Wilson, right on the line. (15-30). And into the net from Anderson. 15-40, or 30 all, apologies. Well, the game is to Folland and Wilson, leading 2-1 second set.
Normally, it's not always when that happens, because the team manager on the other side of the bench, they're normally the one that's not gone in favour of it. But if you're under time, then
Wales leading by 2-1 in the second set, lead 1-0. Player switching ends, and it will be Alex Wilson of Wales to serve. Great first serve. Dyer unable to return. That's long from Anderson, 30-love. Love on the Welsh serve, looking to wrap this game up in quick fashion. Slower second serve from Wilson. That's wide from Wilson. 40-15. And that wraps up the game. Wales now leading by 3-1. Second set. So Wales on the ascendancy of a place in the final. Gregor Anderson needed to hold his serve. Into the net from Dyer, love 15. Anderson having 4 double faults in his previous service game. Needs to put that behind him, needs to ensure. Love 30. Another double fault, love 40, so it's match point to Wales. Anderson serve not firing all cylinders at the moment. That's 7 double faults in a row on the Anderson serve. Want to put that and rectify that situation ahead of his single semi-final later on today. So match point Wales. Great first serve this time. Returned by Wilson. That's called out by the umpire. 15-40. Still 2 match points for Wales. Another double four to the game, set and match to Wales. They book their place in the final. 2 straight sets, 2 sets to love. 4-2, 4-1. A great match between these 2 teams. These 4 are and could possibly face each other again in the under-18s boys and girls singles competition. Still plenty of tennis head for these guys. But a great performance from the Welsh team. Congratulations from both coaches. But it is Wales that proceed through to the final of the mixed doubles, where they will play the winner of Rubin Harris and Scarlett Walker, or Brady Chambers and Ella Coleman. We'll be back on court number 2 here at Loughborough shortly for some more tennis. We'll be back soon.
Sorry.
So next up on court number 2 here at Loughborough University, the wheelchair tennis, we have the other semi-final of the under-18s mixed doubles, where we have Ruben Harris and Scarlett Walker of England South taking on Brady Chambers of Ulster and Ella Coleman of England North. So the winner of this match will face Lily Folland and Alex Wilson of Wales, who we just seen defeat Gregor Anderson and Alice Dyer.
Who today are taking on the combination team from ACM in Liverpool.
So the players just going through their warm-up.
And Ella Coleman.
So it's a standard format here, fast for tennis, best of 3 sets. The first 2 sets is the first of 4 games. And if we go to a third set, it is a championship tie-break set, first to 10 points. If we get to deuce, it's the next point wins. So England South in the orange, and the combination pairing of Brady Chambers and Ella Coleman in green and pink respectively. The umpire's called end of warm-up. Final few words from the coaches. All the players taking on some fluids. So Ruben Harris in this mixed double semi-final. He's this morning reached the boys doubles final with Oliver Cox, and he's also in the boys singles final, or sorry, singles semi-final later today, where he will face Gregor Anderson. That will be his fourth game of the day. So a jam-packed schedule for these guys. That's what happens when you keep winning. So it'll be Ruben Harris to serve first. Great second serve from Harris, 15 love. Love. (30-15) double fault from Harris. Great return there from Brady Chambers. 30 all. Brilliant serve there from Ruben Harris. Harris Walker take the first game of this semi-final. Ruben Harris with a real powerful, precise serve. Confident with both the first and second serve. Certainly the one to watch out for from these school games. got a real air of confidence in his game. If Ruben Harris can win this one, it'll put him in a second final with the singles to follow later today. Alex Wilson of Wales has also booked himself in 2 finals with a possible third. That's long from Coleman. All. Oh, and a great return there from Scarlett Walker, 30-40. It's a break point for England. South, wonderful return, reading the bounce perfectly and putting it straight down the middle of the court. Deuce. Next point will win the game. So game 2, Chambers, Coleman, 1 game all. Brady Chambers holding serve. Scarlett Walker to serve. Oh, and a great return there from Ella Coleman. Love 15. double fault there from Walker. Love 30. $15-30. Coleman unable to return. All. So Scarlett Walker has been playing over a year. Trains at the Eastern Centre in Norwich. Playing really well for someone that's just taken up the sport. She was runner-up in her first ever international doubles event. Part of the LTA development squad program. That's long from Coleman. So break. Well, sorry, hold of serve to Harrison Walker, lead now 2-1. So on serve so far. England pairing coming back on court, and it will be Ella Coleman of England North to serve. Great return from Scarlett Walker. Pushed wide of the court, forehand. Love 15. Loves 30. So a double fault there, love 40. Three break points for England South. Into the net from Walker, 15-40. And a great return from Ruben Harris, forehand with top spin. And a breaker serve for England South, mid-lane lead now. 3-1 in the first set. And it will be Ruben Harris to serve for the set. Great second serve. 15 love. It's long from Walker. 15 all. That's long from Chambers, 30-15. Long again from Chambers, 40-15 to set point for England South. And that's enough to wrap up the first set. An ace from Ruben Harris. 4-1. England South take the first set. So the players make their way back on court. Switching ends. England South taking the first set by 4 games to 1. So there's just been a slight break before the second set. Ella Coleman just putting an ice pack on, off on her, I think it's her left shoulder. We're just going to allow that to work its magic before she makes her way back onto court. So we're just waiting for Ella Coleman, just putting some ice on her shoulder at the moment. Just a bit of a delay to the second set. Hopefully nothing too serious. So the ice pack's been put back down, so I think we're all good now to resume the second set in this mixed doubles semi-final. England taking the first set by 4 games to 1. And it will be Brady Chambers to serve from the combination pairing of England North and Ulster. Oh, beautifully played by Ruben Harris. Love 30. Came into the net and gently took the sting off the ball. Delicately done by Harris. Love 30. That's long from Chambers. Love 40, so 3 break points for England South. First game of the second set. Double fault from Chambers gives England South the first game. The second set, break of serve. England leading 1 game to love and 1 set to love. It'll be Ruben Harris to serve for England South. Beautiful ace. Real confident first serve. 15 love. Double fault from Harris, 15 all. Another great first serve from Harris. 30-15. Into the net from Chambers. 40-15. Great second serve to wrap up the second game. Harris Walker leading now 2 games to love and 1 set to love. Ruben Harris with real confidence in that second serve. long from Walker, love, 15 love. Ella Coleman on serve. Double fault from Coleman. With a good return there from Scarlett Walker, 15-30. Into the net, 15-40, so 2 break points here for England South to put a commanding 3-game-to-love lead on the board. Break point saved, 30-40. Ruben Harris going for the backhand slice, but coming up short this time. Deuce. So a deciding point for this third game. And a double fault from Ella Coleman means the England South pairing of Harris and Walker now have a 3-game-to-love lead in the second set, and the 1-set-to-love. Scarlett Walker will be serving for the match. Players making way back on court. Scarlett Walker will be serving for the match. Great backhand shot from Ruben Harris there. 15 love. That was long. That was long for Chambers. 30 love. .30-15 double fault from Skylar Walker. Right on the line there from Ruben Harris. Right on the baseline, 40-15. And match point for England South. And into the net, game, set and match to England South. Harris, Walker booked their place in the final, 2 straight sets. 4-1 for love as the players shake hands. Great performance from Ruben Harris and Scarlett Walker, but a brilliant performance as well from Brady Chambers and Ella Coleman. Ella Coleman just suffering with a slight shoulder injury during that game, but a really good performance from England South, and that books Ruben Harris into his second final of the school games here at Loughborough in 2022. He's already through in the boys doubles and has now booked his place in the mixed doubles, with still the singles to come later this afternoon. So we have got probably one more match, which could be Ruben's singles game, yet to be confirmed, on court number 2. He will need a break of 20 to 30 minutes to recover from these mixed doubles. But it's Ruben Harris and Scarlett Walker who go through to play Lily Folland and Alex Wilson of Wales in tomorrow's mixed doubles final. We'll be back shortly with more tennis here from Loughborough University at the 2022 school games.
There's so much respect for Loughborough because it generates good players but also like well-rounded people, and I think being here for 4 years I've really realised how much it's developed me as a person, not only as a badminton player.
The fact that it's on campus really helps with your sport, because you've got the best facilities in the UK here right at your fingertips.
So parasport is integrated through almost all of our offers at Loughborough. Of course, there are some sports where we need to have specialist provision for some para-athletes, but overall, most of our programmes are highly integrated so that you have disabled and non-disabled athletes able to train alongside each other. We've got fantastic facilities, fantastic coaches, fantastic support staff. Our alumni network extends throughout professional sport, and what that creates in the end is a Loughborough family, which really is there around you and supporting you as you move through your journey.
As a scholar, I get free physio support, so I can see physio whenever I like and it's for free. I get free S&C, so I have a strength and conditioning coach that works with me and my coach. Then I can see a nutritionist, which again, he ties in with my strength and conditioning.
It's all quite individualised, so the coaches will sit down with you and discuss like what you want out of the programme, what are your priorities, and they'll build a kind of a schedule that will suit you and your needs.
It makes everything easy because they all talk to each other and then they can talk to my coach and then everything's just in one place, and so it's just, yeah, it's ideal, to be honest.
One of the things I'm proudest of is that the average marks of our performance athletes are higher than the university average almost every year. We really care about people's degrees and we support them and make modifications to both their sporting programme and their education programme so that they can genuinely do both.
The reputation of Loughborough, it's there for a reason. It's known as the best because it is the best.
So our facilities are fantastic and it's hard not to get blown away by them. But the thing I would really sell us on is the environment, the culture and the people that you'll be around. People genuinely trying to be the best they can be. We've got people competing internationally across all sorts of sports and you can't really fail but to be motivated and inspired by that.
Hello, I'm Ali Oliver, Chief Executive of the children's charity, the Youth Sport Trust, and I'm really excited to share our new strategy with you, inspiring changemakers and building belonging. Children only have one childhood, and worryingly things have got really critical for their health and happiness. We are staring in the face of the next pandemic, where children are spending too much time online and not enough time playing together and playing with their friends. Unhappy, unhealthy children don't learn. When children don't learn, they don't achieve their potential in life, and we end up with a society that isn't fit for purpose. Sadly, this isn't new to us at the Youth Sport Trust. We have spent 27 years building brighter futures through the power of play and sport, changing lives for the better by getting young people active, playing together, and experiencing the joy of movement. At the Youth Sport Trust, our vision is a future where every child enjoys the benefits that come from play and sport. And now there's never been a more important time for us to focus on this. Our strategy sets out to tackle this. Over the coming years, we'll harness the power of play and sport to help young people find a sense of belonging and raise awareness of the damaging impact of a life without play and sport. By helping young people feel a sense of belonging, we'll stop them being isolated, lonely, feeling anxious and bombarded by others constantly telling them how they should look, feel and be. We really need your support. A 4-year-old entering school this year will leave in 2035. They deserve a world where their health, happiness and well-being is prioritised. We're on a mission to try and create societal change, but we can't do that alone. We need a whole range of new change makers, teachers, families, young leaders themselves, politicians, the media, a range of people in public life who are equally concerned about the health and happiness of the next generation. So please join us, become a change maker, read our strategy and help us build a brighter future for young people through play and sport. Thank you.
wind's the wind as to why we've not done that in the past or why it's going to be really hard. The LTA doesn't own any tennis courts. It doesn't employ any tennis coaches, only tennis clubs. So how are we going to do it? Well, look, I mean, think about it. Airbnb don't own any hotels. Just Eat don't own any restaurants. Trainline don't run any trains. So our system for our solution usually doesn't employ tennis clubs. Get all the courts on there and then API. But the excuse that we don't physically run the tennis club and put ourselves. Yes, it makes enough. It's make arguments.
What you've got to do is have a system and the same.
Yeah.
Will be a mistake.
Our regional teams do a lot of more people playing part.
That's what I mean. Because part of people are more happy to have a game and the basic membership is quite active to I should put down that.
Interestingly, they use our booking system as well. I doubt existing on the same version. Let's hear it one more time for our two players on court one taking part in the girls' singles consolation final. From Wales, Lily Bidlaw. Taking on in the north, Isabel Collier. Your chair umpire, Sophie Pick. I actually think
So, hi there. My name is Samuel Ingram. I'm a former performance judoka, and I competed for Great Britain in the major events for 2008 Paralympics, the 2012 Paralympics, and the 2016 Paralympics. I achieved a bronze and a silver, and on my third attempt, I just missed out on a medal. But yeah, I've had a long and varied career in sport.
So hi, I'm Brady Chambers, and I'm currently going to my second year of the school games to play wheelchair tennis. Last year, I went over with one of my partners, Nathan McCabe, who currently does wheelchair basketball for. He was in the Commonwealth Games there, and we both won a silver medal in the men's doubles.
Okay.
So we did, and yeah, so I really enjoy it, and I'm currently also playing wheelchair basketball and wheelchair rugby as other side sports alongside this. So yeah, it's pretty good, and the tennis is great. I love going over and experiencing it, especially last year. It was my first time, and I was expecting just to come home with nothing, but actually it's just sitting over there. But I have my medal and all, so it's great.
Great stuff, great stuff. So, have we explored any questions for sort of about performance or lifestyle and such like? Have you got?
I just wanted
loaded up.
Yeah, I've got a few. So, first one's really, how do you cope with defeat or disappointment? Whenever you're playing, because I know when I'm playing last year, I lost my first match in the singles just due to a lot of nerves, but then right after that I was fine. So I was just always looking for anything tips wise and how to cope with it.
Yeah, so I'd say there's different points of failure. We'll talk quickly about both of them. So obviously within the circumstance you just said there, sometimes within all sorts of different sports, but sometimes you can still lose and continue in the tournament. So in judo, you can go into, if you get to, depends how the competition is structured, but if you get into certain areas of the tournament, you can lose and go into the repechage. So you can still have a chance to either get a bronze medal or get a placing. So that's one type of failure. So that's match failure. And that's something that you have to deal with very quickly. You can't really go into the ins and outs of why it happened and such like, but you can sort of address the issue there and then. I lost to Mr. X or Mrs. Y, and actually I've got another event to do or another match to do. I've got to pick myself up, get myself back in the game. You'd normally be supported by your coach or teammates in this regard, because they say, and this is the point in which you can probably make more excuses for yourself just to get through the day, rather than address big issues about technicalities of sport and this, that, and the other. So I would never advise anyone to sort of sugarcoat their sort of sporting experience, but this is probably the one time within a day's competition you can sugarcoat it, because you need to be in a good mood going forward in the day. There's no need to dwell on things when you've actually got a job to do still. You need to focus on doing that job. So there's that sort of failure. The other sort of dealing with losses is, so within the sport of judo, there's lots of points of failure, so you have to get very good at being able to deal with it, because it's a daily occurrence. Within training, you get thrown on your back or someone becomes more dominant of you, and it would be the same in tennis where someone's just got a point past you. That's a failure, right? So we have to be able to consider these things, technically understand them. So why is it happening? Am I doing something incorrectly, or actually am I not reacting in time for whatever they're doing, your opponent is doing? And with the sort of longer term failure, you can really take your time to assess, well, why is this happening? Is it something in the match I'm not doing? As in, am I not physically capable, haven't got the strength, the capacity? Do I understand the rules, as in the technicalities around strategy and such like? And actually, is there anything I can get from my coaching team and support staff to get an edge on that, you know? And that's how I always dealt with failure. I actually saw failure as a kind of positive because it gives you an opportunity to learn. Winning is so easy because, you know, I did, you know, and I regret this within my own career. I did very little reflection after winning. I did a lot of reflection after losing, and it's probably the best point to reflect is when you're winning because you've got the right recipe, you're doing the right things. But it was almost like a free ticket to not put the extra work in after the event. But I would say dealing with it is categorizing it into your head. Is it a point of failure or is it a point to learn? You know, and I would say the healthy way is to say it's a point to learn. And I think coaches are probably something to help you through that as well, because it's an opportunity for them to learn as well.
Yeah.
About who you are and what you do with your skills. You know, so.
Yeah, that's all right. Just
what would you say
it's
about
one of the the problem with me is whenever I do something bad or, you know, lose focus and lose something, I get into that bad mindset where like, oh, I can't do this, you know, or I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. You know, I'm always thinking negative and never actually looking and seeing, you know, well, actually, it's all right. I can still do better, you know, or I can do this to improve.
I would say it's always good to focus on something very small to get you back in the game. All right. So, for example, in judo, there's all sorts of wrestling techniques and so on and so forth, but there's little triggers that make me do big things. I know that if someone attacks me, I need to move away. I know that naturally. I know that if someone's trying to throw me, I need to brace it. But actually, my coach would have little triggers. One for me was my posture would be bad. So he'd say eyes, and I would look up automatically and adjust my posture. Now, he didn't have to say, adjust your posture. You know, he just had to say a little trigger, and it got me back into the zone of this is how I need to compete. And all the big things came natural. So if it is a point in which you do something incorrectly and you need to get back into that focus, it might be, right, take my line, bounce my ball, do the next thing. Like have a little routine because you know how to serve, you know how to return a ball, you know, so it's about just getting your head back into that mindset as quickly as possible and not letting your mind drift, because if it drifts, it can drift forever.
Yeah,
you know?
that's something I can start to work on now because right now my coach Adam is taking me for sort of like private lessons for training up until September when I leave. So that's something I can work on because I know, like you said, you know, I know how to do everything, but as soon as that bad mindset hits me, I'm like, oh, no, I don't know how to do this. I can't serve properly or I can't return properly. So
one of the biggest examples or the most sort of clearest examples I can see in my head now, and it's something that we have to sort of be careful as well about because these trigger things can become obsessive with people, performancey people. We get a bit obsessive about behavior. With Nadal's touching his face, his nose and his ears.
Yeah.
We all know that. He's not doing that because he really wants to touch his nose and his face. It's become habitual, like habit. But that's the moment in probably which he's thinking about what he needs to do to win the next point, you know, and the touching his nose and ears is the crutch that allows him to do that. You know, it's all these are little tiny finite bits of performance now, but these are the bits that make the difference between winning and losing. So have a routine to focus on getting back into, and it won't be, oh, let's just focus. It'll be deliver the ball, or it'll be state your position on the pitch or mat or whatever you want to, you know, your sport, and you'll have your own little triggers. But get good at being able to sort of put your finger on the trigger and ready to pull.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So another question I've sort of been thinking about just before I went on was, how did you, when you began, you know, your journey into judo, how did you develop from where you were? Like, how did you get, you know, to where you are now? Because for me, like, obviously in Northern Ireland, I'm very small, so I am. So there's only very few of us that play. So all the other tournaments are in England, so it means I have to travel and stuff. So I've only been to very little ones, and I want to know, especially for my other sports, how do I get from where I am now? You know, especially because I'm going towards 18 soon. So have a bit more flexibility, you know.
So what I did, this is a big question, and this is one that you have to obviously have your parents involved or support around you involved in this question. So I'm very good at copying people. You know, when someone's got a skill and I'd like to learn it, I found myself, even in my early life, just standing next to people, learning from them, right? And then I'd be able to do the skill. I find it very easy to, in particular myself, learn visually. Ironically, because I can't see very well. But what I did was I grew up in Coventry, and I lived in Coventry and trained, and there was a good judo club there and such like. But I knew that that wasn't enough for me. And I knew that I had to find the best people that I could copy my behavior off. And that wasn't just judo techniques, that was behavioral and social issues as well. Like, actually, how do I become one of these people in the environment? So I moved from Coventry in England near Birmingham up to Edinburgh, where there were a multitude of Olympians, and I was actually the only Paralympian, but judo is a very inclusive sport where Olympians and Paralympians train exactly the same. So there were people that I knew I would learn from. There were people that I came and tested the water. I visited a couple of times to make sure I got on with people, if I liked the environment, so on and so forth. But I went to different training bases within Britain. So I went to not Dartford at the time, it was Bath University that had a dojo, and I went down to Camberley, the dojo, and I tried Edinburgh. And not that I didn't get on with the other places, I just fitted in better within Edinburgh, and the level of performance at the time in the other athletes was highest. So I knew that these are the guys doing the business at the highest level. So I literally packed my bags, made a date, found a room with some other judo guys, moved in there. By this point, I was fortunate enough to have already had some success, and I was UK Sport funded. So I had an APA from UK Sport that allowed me to pay for my accommodation and so on and so forth. So it wasn't as though I had to get a job on top, which would have been another barrier, obviously. So for me, it was about making a big leap. I'd already left home, I'd already been to university and so on and so forth. So those things you have to deal with as well. Like, I knew that I could already cook for myself and clean for myself, and it seems all very easy until you've got to do it all, you know. But I'd already left home. I left home when I was 16, so I'd had lots of practice, and then I went sort of full time in judo when I was about 22, 23. So, you know, I'd had much time to be alone and support myself generally alone. And actually just move into the best judo environment was the key for me. And one thing led to another, and it literally did pay off, you know. And also, I made long life friends, and I met my wife, and, you know, many other things happened because I was in a different environment, supported by judo. You know, so it is about you have to really understand what you want to do within your sporting career, and at some point you have to take a risk. And it's okay for it not to work out. It's okay to go try it for 2 years and go, I don't like the training, or my abilities aren't there, or will never be. For example, it doesn't matter how much long distance running I do. I'm not going to be a long distance runner. I'm too big. I'm a terrible runner. You know. So, and if I tested that out, you have to be able to say, this isn't for me, as well as this is for me, you know. At some point you have to get to the top. You know, I'd say in your position at the moment, use all the resources you can, your gyms, your competitions, your so on and so forth, around where you are. Try and be dominant in those areas as much as possible, and then transition to trips away, and then try and find an environment that you fit into, and, you know, that you think that can support you. And if you've got the double-edged sword of linking that with something else in your life, such as education, you're laughing then, because not only can you play tennis, meet some new pals, you can also get your education done, you know, simultaneously, you know. So but there is risk involved, but that's part of sport.
Sort of been thinking, you know, because over here it's not that I'm stuck, but I'm just very limited to what I can do. You know, like, there is a few people, guys that are older than me, in chairs that I've played against, you know, in competitions, and they've went well, and I've always thought about maybe going to Loughborough University,
Mm-hmm.
you know, just to see because of all the facilities, because I'm a very active and sporty
Yeah.
person, you know, I can't go without any of that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I've always thought, you know, maybe give it a shot and see will this work out, because then I'd be close to everything and I can participate in a lot more than, you know, what I can over here.
Well, actually, I when I left home at 16, I went to Loughborough College, and I wasn't involved in. I did lots of sport. Well, I wasn't involved in sort of higher level judo at that point. But yeah, the environment down there is extremely sporting, and there is so many different sports going on and such like, and it is not central England, but very close to. So it's just something that you have to be ready to do in terms of, actually, am I ready to move away from home? It's a big leap,
Yeah.
you know. But like I say, if you can combine that with your education and your sporting career, no doubt you'll have fun and you'll develop. You'll also meet loads of people. There's loads of
Yeah.
opportunity to meet people. So, and even if it doesn't work out, you'll go and get a degree, and you might have a, you know, group of friends or a partner at the end of it anyway. You know, lots of people go into university, I think, thinking, I want to be a professional runner or tennis player or so on and so forth. And it doesn't work out, and that's okay as well, you know, because you
Yeah.
still get the benefit. You know, the
So
benefit is in the challenge, not in the result.
Yeah. Sort of just, it just came into my head there. It's sort of off topic question, but how did you cope, you know, during your time in high school, you know, with your disability?
Mhm.
You know, because at the minute I've just completed my GCSEs and I'll be going in the sixth form, and then obviously hopefully uni after that. And it's you know, just knowing, because I still have not that you know, just a bit of self-conscious, you know, I can tell people are still staring at me a bit when I'm out and stuff, you know, just how you just block that out.
I think it's a thing that will probably never go away from you, and it's a realization within our lives as disabled people. I had the conversation the other day with someone that, you know, so I've got a visual impairment, which on face value, people don't think, oh, you know, Sam's got a visual impairment, but it's not that bad. But actually, in sunlight, I squint a lot. I always wear sunglasses. I can't see very well in busy areas, but I'm good at hiding it, right?
Yeah.
But I also know, so people don't think, well, not, I'm not even hiding it. I'm just trying to fit in, right?
Yeah.
But people don't make the assumption that, oh, you can't do normal things such as drive a car or such as read a bus number when it's coming towards you, right? So then you start to go, oh, actually, I understand that there's things I clearly can't do. And I think that's one thing that we have to do as disabled people, go, there's some stuff that will restrict us, or not we can't do, it's just a different way of doing things. I found out the bus number by stopping the bus and asking the man. He's not very happy about it.
Yeah.
I get the bus number, right? But it's one of those things where we have to realize that it's a reality. Our disability is a reality, and all we can do is concentrate on ourselves, and what other people consider different and such like. It's up to them if they see it as I think it's fine for people to notice that it's different, because I think I am different. Obviously, if people are making stupid comments and rude comments, so on and so forth, I actually don't mind people asking me questions. I find it very relieving. I find it clears the air when people say, "Can you not see very well?" And I'm like, "Oh, actually, no, I can't." And you know, and they go, "Oh, all right, okay." But you have to be just quite strong. I think you do have to be strong. And yeah, unfortunately, that is a part of being disabled. It is one of these things where we have to go. And as you get older, and I know as I got older anyway, I accepted my disability more. I accepted the fact that, yeah, I can't do this. And I actually asked for help more. And I used to probably go without a lot when I was a kid. And now I'd say, excuse me, could you help me read this, please? And so on and so forth, or I can't read very well, you know, so on, you know. But there are weird little things that you notice yourself doing as a disabled person just to fit in.
Yeah.
But I think they're inherent, like they're just automatic. And I think we just have to really be ourselves and sort of like acknowledge that we're disabled, but you know, that's not all we are. You know what I mean? Like, you use a wheelchair. I can't see very well, but that's the same as like me not being able to grow hair on my head. You know, it's
Yeah.
it's just, oh yeah, it's a feature, but do you know what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah.
what it is. But it is difficult, you know, and it's many years since I was at school, and many years since anyone said a direct, you know, very bad comment to me. But still, even in later life, I get people saying just stupid stuff, and you just have to be able to go swallow it down, move aside. And at some point, the other day, I got to an edge and said, "Look, stop it now." And they were like, "Okay, yeah."
Yeah.
But you have to measure where your edge is on that. I wish I had a better answer for you on that one, but
No, it's just I've always just thinking about the future, you know, especially going to like uni and even after that, you know, because I sort of accept myself the minute, you know, because at the school I'm at, everyone knows, you know, everyone sees me every day, so everyone's fine with it. But you know, you still get the odd person who makes the joke or says something, or you know, just even going out in public, and you know, I can tell people are saying stuff. You know, just how do you always conquer that? You know, or just get to a point where like, you know, oh, it's fine, I don't really care.
Yeah, I think it comes with probably age. I think obviously you're a younger man as well, and even I can remember myself, I was more conscious about myself. And
Yeah.
actually, as time goes on, like some days I don't even look in the mirror anymore. Like I could have food all over my face. I don't know. I'm not bothered. And as time goes on, you end up being less self-conscious anyway. And also, people as they mature generally start to be kinder to one another. You know, like so. Actually, young or kids and then young adults, they should sometimes be mean and not tamper their voices. But you know, in 20 years, there probably will still be adults saying, "Oh, you know, there's a chap in a wheelchair over there." You know, but it will be more the fact of there's a chap in a wheelchair over there. I don't know how he got up to the 5th stand in the stadium. Then it will be, oh, look at the spectacle. You know what I mean? It'll be people will acknowledge you, but not in a negative way. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah, I know. I just sort of ignore people now. You know, I've just got to a point where like I just know if they're going to say something, I just have to ignore it. You know, especially my parents would tell me that, because I do get to a point sometimes, you know, where I'm like I really want to lash out at them and say stuff, but then the other time like, well, what's the point? You know, they don't understand.
Sometimes it's you know, your parents are telling you to ignore them, so I'd take their advice is to ignore them. But I've addressed people directly as well. You know, when people have, I know that people have said like, you know, why is that guy looking like squinting and this, that, and the other? I say, oh, you're just wondering about my eyesight, and you say, I just can't see very well. You know, just in the same sense as, oh, there's a guy in a wheelchair there. Oh, were you just talking about my wheelchair? Oh, it's actually quite a nice one. Yeah, I got this 2 years ago. It's aluminium, blah blah blah, and you know, I don't walk because X, Y, and Z. That's normally, I think, the reason people talk about others isn't because they don't like the other person or it's a spectacle. It's actually because they're not comfortable themselves around that person.
Yeah.
But they're not comfortable in your presence because of them, not because of you, because they haven't got the ability to look over the fact that you're in a wheelchair. Do you know what I mean? Like, because they would not be able to cope with that themselves. So I think it's a case of you have to tamper that. Some people blank them, some people address them. I actually find children, very young children, very easy because they're so natural. What's wrong with your eyes? They say, oh, I can't see very well, and so on and so forth.
See, like when we're out somewhere, there's always one kid that always walks past and either, you know, points and says, oh, he's in a wheelchair and all. And I sort of just laugh it off because I know at the end of the day, they're just kids. They're just curious, you know. So, but then when it comes to people my age or older, I have a different perspective on it, you know, because I'm like, you know, the right and wrong, you know, for asking or, you know, speaking about it.
Yeah, but sometimes I think you have to just grade that yourself. Some people blank them, some people address them directly, you know. But you know, follow your parents' advice before mine, though, because I don't want them knocking on my door.
Oh yeah. So what's been like your biggest achievement in, you know, participating in judo?
So I've had some pretty big results, and most people say, "Oh, a Paralympic this and a Paralympic that, or a World Championship," and I don't necessarily. I kind of messed up a bit in London in the finals. I'd snapped my ACL in my leg and damaged on my knee a few times, so my preparation was really quite bad. But within my career and my ability, I should have won the event, and I lost. Partly due to a previous injury and not preparing properly, and partly just the match got away from me, really, right? So most people expect me to say, "Oh, this result," because it's a reasonably big result.
Yeah.
But actually, as my career is finished, I realised that the results and the fighting in particular, the competing, don't really remember it much. I don't really have many memories of it. I think my sort of biggest achievement is becoming a judoka, like becoming not someone that does judo, like I am a judo player,
Yeah.
it wasn't thing I did, it was who I was. And being able to just sort of manage that and direct my life in a way in which actually I was in control of my life. I was doing something that I really wanted to do and I loved. And actually I was getting supported by the UK sport and so on and so forth to do it. And for me, that was just like, that was probably the big achievement looking back. And it was all the training I did and the friendships I made. And now I met my wife via judo, and I've got 2 kids with another one on the way with her. So I suppose that's definitely sort of from my sporting career, that's definitely my biggest achievement. But actually the results now, they seem a bit like a means to an end, because I just love training as well. I love pushing myself, and I really loved like crazy hard training, deep training. So I suppose it's just being able to be in a position. My biggest achievement is being able to be in a position to push myself as hard as I possibly could. Results come in, great. If they don't, they hurt at the time, but later on you kind of go, yeah, I'm still the same person, whether I got gold that day or silver, it don't matter. But I would say focus on the good times you can have, and try to achieve them. Get some good mates, get a nice environment to train in, go after that, because your mates and the environment will drive you to success.
Yeah, I am.
And that will be.
I agree with you. I'm very into my training. Sometimes I enjoy my training more than the actual, playing itself, especially tennis. I love my coach gives me really hard drills, but I love doing it because I know I can get better at it the more I do it. So I like a more intense workout or training than actually, going and playing.
Yeah. Oh no, I think it's very common within performance as well. And the more performance you do, I think, well, for me anyway, and I know some of the judoka have been like this, that actually the early results are like a honeymoon period. And then you go into the sort of middle results where you're like, I'm doing well, I'm X, Y, and Z on the world ranking. And as your career sort of dwindles on, especially if you have a dip in performance, then results start becoming a relief. So you're like, oh, I'm relieved I won. And for me, I didn't feel as much joy at the end. I felt more relief. But I'd also built up pressure and pressure and pressure on myself, So I found training so easily because there was no pressure on training, So I actually really enjoyed that. And actually, I was just happy that I moved to a great place, and, I could surround myself with people that were also pushing themselves. So that was a big achievement. But I didn't realize at the time. I just thought the achievements were the results at the competitions, But little did I know, looking back. I'd love to be in your position again, starting out a career.
No, that's what I love, because for me, especially in the tennis, I'm still in that stage where I'm starting out. I haven't really got that stage now, like all those other tennis players, like Ben, who are competing non-stop. I'm still at that tiny stage where I can do whatever I want. I can work on things that I love, things I hate, like serving, but I don't have to worry about, success just yet. I still have that time to work on it, and then I can worry about all that.
Yeah, I think, and that's the thing, like, concentrate on the things that you want to concentrate on, and the success will happen. Because at the end of the day, if you're not enjoying those little things that you have to do to be successful, if you're not enjoying them, then you probably won't be able to have the capacity to actually put so much effort into them that you'll win in the end. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, because
Yeah.
actually, if you go in, oh, I've got to do my serving practice again today, you probably won't go in at 100%. You'll go in at 90. And
Yeah.
over 10 sessions, that's one session missing. Do you know what I mean? And that all adds up to performance.
Yeah.
One of the things I always say, right, and I sort of later in my career sort of said it, not always actually, it was sort of, I said it later I think in an interview, and I thought, that makes sense. Every session counts, right? Whether it's a hardcore training session, whether it's a gym session, whether it's just mobility and stretching, or just like actually taking time out of the sport as a session. You know what I mean? It's funny because sometimes we classify relaxation as a session, recovery as a session. I'm going for a walk. Every session counts, right? And emotionally tally them up, because every time you're working quite hard or doing what your coach has asked of you, then it all adds up. And if you're enjoying that training, it just becomes a huge bank of resources to like pull upon in the future. So I'm glad you enjoy the training, because if you'd said the opposite, a lot of misery to get through.
Especially seeing like all 3 sports I play, I have those 3 days a week, and I just enjoy just that feeling of, I get to do training now, at night or during the day. And I think really for me, in my position right now, if I was being hit with a lot of competitions all the time, I don't think I'd feel the same.
Yeah.
It would just be more like constant pressure of, I have to go play this now, or I have to go and compete against these people.
Well, it's one thing as well, like, and it depends what age you are, but also it depends what sort of sport you're doing.
Yeah.
But we generally within sport, the sort of, there was all myths in the past about 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours at something, you're fantastic. I'm pretty sure, like, I've done 10,000 hours walking in my life, and it's probably no better than the person next to me who's done 5,000, right? So it's a little bit of a myth, those skill acquisition things, right? But with sport, I like the fact that you're not just doing one. Like, so what we don't want is early specialization. And you're a little bit further down the path, but also you've got other complications because you do a fringe sport, and there's not that many people to compete against and such like. But actually doing multiple sports, as I did as a teenager, you get so many transferable skills and abilities, from your basketball. All your turning in with the basketball will have a direct impact on your turning with on the court when you're playing tennis. You know what I mean? And actually, you have to be careful that they don't go against each other. But the fact that you're still sort of dipping your toe in other sports just allows you to have more friends, more social interaction, more opportunities to achieve, more opportunities to learn. And when you're not under any pressure right now, I'd say it's a very, very, very good place to be, And if for whatever reason it doesn't happen in tennis, you could also say, well, actually, might join a different team and have a go there, and this, that, and the other. I think you're very wise to continue to do, 3. And if you do go more specialist down the road of tennis, maybe drop one of them, but try and keep other things in your life besides just the sport. I got very focused like this on judo. And after my career sort of started to come to an end, if I hadn't got my family and this other things going on, I would have been a little bit at a loss. So, I think it's very much wise to keep multi-sports going. I was the same as a teenager. I did like swimming club on the X day, athletics the next day, multi-sport and games the next day. I was always in a club, so it's good.
I know, that's what I love. I can't go a day without doing sports or doing something active, because I also use crutches as well. And I always go and play football with my brother. It's one of those things where it's like, I can't not work out or do sports. It's sort of just in my system now where, if I don't do it, I'm going to feel like rubbish.
Yeah, I think, your brain will be telling you this thing. Sport, like anything that we enjoy, it's a little drug. We get a sort of a boost from doing it. So do it more. it takes a lot of effort for sport to become destructive. And if you
Yeah.
become a performance player, then your body starts to break down a little bit, and this, that, and the other. And maybe sport isn't as good for you as the adverts make out. But
Yeah.
actually, if you're doing loads of different sports and you're doing them for fun, keep doing that. Keep doing that.
Mhm.
It's good. It's good.
All right.
What else
Just well, firstly, would you have any questions to ask me or anything?
Oh,
Sort of reverse it around here.
no, that's good. That's good. I like that. What are your aspirations within your tennis career, or sort of, let's say, if it's not tennis, it's something else. Like, what?
Yeah.
You're a very sporty person. I can tell you're driven. What level
Mhm.
do you want to get to? And I'll say,
I think
there's a double question here. One sec. Let me get through this
Yeah.
first. What level
okay.
would you like to get to? Right, because I quite like this question. I've done this with the judoka in the past. And
Yeah.
what level would you be satisfied with? Right. So if you had to walk away, what level would you be satisfied? So where would you like to be, and where would you be
Mhm.
satisfied with?
I think for the tennis in like the next coming years or so, if it works out, I would like to be in that position where, where you're ranked in a system. I think I'd be satisfied if I was somewhere in between there, or at a level where I know I'm not bad, but I'm also not, like the very best. I'm sort of in that in
Okay.
between place where, like, I'm satisfied of how I play. I know I play well. I know I can succeed, in a lot of things. And I think as well, I would like to participate more in, competitions like we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
over in England. So, and collect rewards, so at least
Okay.
I can look back and say, well, I may not be the number one, but I got to a place where I earned a lot,
Mhm.
and that's that satisfaction of knowing, I got to that place.
I think it's, from what I hear from you before, and you drive, there's no reason why that shouldn't happen. There's
Yeah.
risk involved. You potentially have to change your life and such like. But
Yeah.
again, there's nothing wrong with having a go and then saying, this ain't for me.
Yeah.
There's. I think as sportsmen, we put this thing on ourselves that things have to be successful. They don't. And it's the faster we learn that, the faster we know we can walk away. It's so much easier to do the professional sport when tomorrow I could just walk away if I want, and
Yeah.
if you can keep in that position, it's great. But if you can get into that sort of realm of on the ranking list, talent development, let's say phase it is, there's no reason why you just can't.
So welcome back to Loughborough University for the next session, which will be the mixed doubles final between Ruben Harris and Scarlett Walker of England and Lily Folland and Alex Wilson of Wales. They're just doing the coin toss, and then they will get the warm-up underway. So this will be the under-18s mixed doubles final at this year's 2022 school games.
And the
So Harris and Walker won the toss and elected to serve in this final.
There's just one court in action at the Loughborough Sport Tennis Centre at the moment, so crowd go wild. We have 4 players, one final time. From England South, Ruben Harris and Scarlett Walker, who are taking on in the mixed doubles final from Wales, Alex Wilson and Lily Follen. Your chair umpire, Rob Wilkinson.
So that's the warm-up over. Players will go to their coaches for final instructions. So this is the third match of the day for both of these pairings. They kicked off the quarterfinals this morning, and we'll be seeing this through to its conclusion in the next 45 minutes to 60 minutes to see who takes the gold and silver medal. That's a brilliant return from Lily Follen, right on the line. Love 15. And a great forehand cross court by Harris. 15 all. Follen unable to return the serve. 30-15. And a return from Wilson wide. 40-15. Ruben Harris showing all the attributes to his game. His serve being one of them. And it's long from Follen. So the first game goes to England South. Harris Walker comfortably taking the opening game, needing one game to love. Lily Follen is also in the under-18s girls singles final, which will take place tomorrow, Sunday. And from the England perspective, Ruben Harris is in the boys doubles final with Oliver Cox, and also in the singles semi-final, so you may be looking for the treble. And in the final, Ruben Harris will be facing Alex Wilson once again. Fifteen all. Just wide from Scarlett Walker. But actually was in. He thought it was out from the box here. 15-30. Wonderful shot, turns out. Into the net from Walker, 30 all. A double fault from Alex Wilson. So break point for England. And into the net from Folland, meaning England now lead Wales by 2-0 in the first set. Break of serve by England South. And it's Scarlett Walker to serve for England South. Beautiful shot from Harris, right on the line, wonderfully placed. $15. To Scarlett Walker serving, just been playing for just over a year. Unlucky there, 15-all. Scarlett, part of the LTA development squad program and trains at the Eastern Tennis Centre in Norwich. As long from Harris. 15-30. double fault by Scarlett Walker, bringing it to 15-40. So 2 break points for Wales. That's long from Wilson, 30-40. And a great shot from Alex Wilson to take the game and get Wales on the board. England still leading Wales in this first set by 2 games to 1. So Wales breaking back. Still trailing 2 games to 1. But now on the Wales serve as they make their way back onto court. Umpire calling time. And it's Lily Folland to serve. It's long from Walker, 15-love. Double fault from Folland, double fault, making it 15-all. And into the net from Folland, 15-30. So England having 2 break points. (30-40). And a great shot there from Ruben Harris to wrap up that game, now leading 3 games to 1. And it will be Ruben Harris serving for the set. So Wales, they're unable to hold their serve and get themselves back into this first set. Chance there to level things up. So England South now serving for the first set. Double fault there. Love 15. It's long from Walker. Love 30. Another double fault there from Harris. Love 40 to 3 break points for Wales. Harris just taking his time to compose himself. And that's enough to wrap up that game. Wilson, Folland breaking back immediately to make it 3-2. So England South still leading, but another opportunity for Folland and Wilson to hold serve to level up this first set. Should it go to 3 games all, we will play a tie break, first to 7 points. Winning by 2 clear points. So still all to play for in this opening set in the mixed doubles final for 2022. England will be disappointed not to have it wrapped up. And Wales with the opportunity to get themselves right back in this. Alex Wilson serving. 15 love. Alex Wilson has been playing very, very well over the past 2 days. Booked his places in the mixed doubles and boys doubles finals. And a great shot there from Ruben Harris. Forehand just taking the pace off the ball. (30-15). Into the net from Wilson, 30-all. England try to step this up and break back immediately. 40-30. And a double fault to take it to deuce. Deciding point. And what a big point this is. If England win this point, they win the set. And if Wales win it, we go into a tie break. And it's long from Wales, and that is game 2, England and the first set. England South coming through. Tested on the way, but they take the opening set by 4 games to 2. Well, that was an exciting climax to that first set. That could have gone either way, but it has gone the way of the England South team of Harris and Walker. Well, there is the England bench. They must be happy and satisfied. They had the opportunities to wrap up that first set much earlier on, but it went down to a final point at deuce. That was enough to clinch it, and England lead Wales by 1 set to love. Players back on court. Second set. Ruben Harris to serve. Double fault to open with from Ruben Harris. Normally the Harris serve is so reliable. (15-all). Another double fault for Ruben Harris, 15-30. Oh, and Harris straight at Folland. She had no chance of returning that. Couldn't manoeuvre quickly enough. 30-all. Beautiful ace, putting him out at the right time. 40-30. Harris starting to show some real emotion on this court. And wrapped up the game convincingly. Harris Walker taking the opening game. 1 game to love and 1 set to love. But the Welsh bench will be ruining those opportunities that they had in the opening set to get themselves back in it. They've done the hard work and just had to hold serve at the crucial point at 3-2. They need to bounce back in this second set. Making their way back on court. So England 1 game to love up and 1 set to love. As I said earlier, it's the 3rd game of the day for these pairings, so concentration is key at this stage of the day. Kicked off at 10 AM this morning. All. Walker unable to return that. Double fault from Wilson, 15-30. From Wilson, 15-40, so England had 2 break points. (30-40). 1 break point saved. This is the identical start to the first set. But Wales have brought this back to juice, deciding point. Backhand slice into the net from Harris, and Wales level up this second set. 1 game all. Just short the net from Folland. 15 love. (15 all), double fault from Scarlett Walker. Jersey 15, good serve from Scarlett Walker. Just taking her time, getting herself set correctly. Scarlett Walker just trying to get the ball toss right. As we said, it's her first year of playing. Doing ever so well. 30 all. And into the net from Walker, 30-40 to break point Wales. Oh, beautiful shot from Scarlett Walker. Wrong foot in the Welsh team. Deciding point. So deciding point at deuce. I think that was long, and Walker decided to play the ball. And Wales take the third game, and now Wales lead 2-1 in the second set. So a real learning experience there for Scarlett Walker. The ball was long, but she took on the shot. She knew as soon as she hit it, her face said everything. But that's what this is all about. This is a learning experience. The school games, a wonderful experience to play against other countries. They come out, so Wales lead in the second set 2-1. England 1 set to love up. So all to play for in this final. Lily Folland to serve. Love. Right on the baseline from Ruben Harris. 15 all. That's long from Walker. 30-15. All. Or just clipping the top of the net. Alex Wilson holding his hand up, acknowledging that little bit of fortune. Into the net from Harris. So that's game 2, Folland, Wilson, Wales. Need 3 games to 1 in the second set. It'll be Ruben Harris to serve. Long from Folland, 15 love. Dirty love. Love. Brilliantly played by Ruben Harris. His serve is back up and running. And then he pulls out a double fault as soon as I say that. 40-15. into the net from Wilson. Harris Walker still trailing 3 games to 2. Wales with the advantage, Wales with the break, and now serving for the second set to take us into the championship tie-break. So all to play for in this second set. Is it going to be a 10-point tiebreak, or is it going to be a 7-point tiebreak? Walker unable to reach. 15 love. Oh, lucky from Walker. 30 love. $40 love. Into the net. So game to Wales, which wraps up the second set. 4 games to 2. 1 set all, so we will go to a 10-point championship deciding set. First to 10 needs to win by 2 clear points. The first one we've had here on court number 2 at Loughborough University. So the third and decided set will be first to 10 and needs to be won by 2 clear points. The mixed doubles title for 2022 going right down to the wire. Here we go. The under-18 mixed doubles title. Reuben Harris to serve. One 0 England. So service was on the wrong side. Replay the point. Two 0 England. 2-1 England. Oh, wonderful return from Alex Wilson. 2-all. Wilson forced wide himself, but forehand cross court to level things up. That's long from Folland. 3-2 England. Oh, confusion from the England team there. Left it for each other. 3-all. All in the deciding tie-break set. Players switching ends. England, double fault from Lily Folland. It will be Ruben Harris to serve next. A double fault from Harris, bringing it to 4-all. Five, 4 England. Just long from Folland. Long. 6-4 England. That's long from Walker. 6-5. Oh, beautiful shot from Wilson. Forehand, cross court, with pace, right in the corner. 6-all. Nothing to separate these two teams as it stands. I would imagine it's getting quite tense down there courtside. It's been a long day for these teams. They just need to hold it together for another 10 or so minutes, probably. Maximum concentration needed. 6-all. Scarlett Walker to serve. Seven, 6 to Wales. Double fault from Scarlett Walker. Seven-all. Double fault from Lily Folland. Eight, 7 to England. Oh, a great forehand from Harris. Let's add a raw. 9-7 to England. Match point. He went for glory. Oh, what a shot to clinch it for England. Wonderful shot from Ruben Harris. So England win it on the tie break. 4-2, 2-4, 10-7. And England take the gold medal in the 2022 Under-18 mixed doubles. Ruben Harris and Scarlett Walker from England South. They defeated Alex Wilson and Lily Forland. Well, what a final, what a finish, and what a shot to finish. What a great exhibition of tennis from both these teams. They've had a long, long day. But it's England South, Ruben Harris and Scarlett Walker, who come out on top. They're congratulated by their teammates. They must be absolutely delighted. Well, Lily Forlan will be back tomorrow. She's in the under-18 girls singles final up against Alice Dyer. And Alex Walker will be in the boys doubles final, where he will see Ruben Harris again. Oliver Cox and Ruben Harris up against Alex Wilson and Cameron Hudd. An England-Wales final for the boys doubles tomorrow. So disappointment for Wales today, but all to play for on day 3. Right, it's hugs all round. Jubilation for Scarlett Walker. As the players and officials exit. Ruben Harris relieved, I think, to get the first one under the belt today, with a possible treble to come in the doubles and singles. So that concludes the coverage for now on court number 2. So there may be some more action on court 2 here at Loughborough University to come. The programme has been scheduled, but there may be a girls' doubles coming up. We'll let you know when we know, and we'll hopefully see you soon.
When you come to Loughborough, there's so many different sports that we have on offer, whether you want to compete or whether you want to play recreationally. But our competitive side, we have our AU teams, so we hold taster sessions, so you can give things a go. And then if you want to, you can trial for the team. And then if you're successful on the team, you buy a membership and you compete for Loughborough in that sport.
Loughborough has been phenomenally successful at BUCS. BUCS is the British Universities and Colleges Sport Championships. So we have over 60 clubs that compete and train week in, week out. Thousands and thousands of students take part in the athletic union, and they all love to wear the kind of African violet purple shirt with pride and represent the university against other universities and against the best clubs in the country.
The buzz you get on Wednesday nights, the BUCS nights, just running out in front of all your friends, it's just a real buzz, walking through that tunnel, getting onto the pitch. Playing for Loughborough makes me feel really proud, just seeing the people that have been there, worn the shirt already, and what they're doing now. They're playing for England on the weekends, they're playing for the professional clubs.
Each athletic union club has their own student committee which help to run and facilitate their sport. It's really important for us that student development is just as much at the heart of what our athletic union clubs do, as well as the actual playing of sport. Everybody gets to use the same facilities here on campus. It's not like we've got facilities that are only for elite people or only for beginners. We all use the same facilities, tread on the same pitches, and we've got staff that are available to make sure that your experience is as good as it can be. We have an incredible array of coaching staff, performance support staff, so things like physio, strength and conditioning coaches that are always on hand to help people learn, develop and improve.
So the AU at Loughborough is just like completely different from any other university. The competitive side of it is really supported by the uni, and like the social side as well, alongside the competitive teams. Everyone seems to really be invested and come to support Loughborough when they're playing.
Loughborough will give you an incredible opportunity for sport, whatever your interest is, whatever level you want to be part of, and really have that life-shaping journey through university. This is the place that you can really develop and learn and enjoy yourself as well.
There's so much respect for Loughborough because it generates good players but also like well-rounded people, and I think being here for 4 years I've really realised how much it's developed me as a person, not only as a badminton player.
The fact that it's on campus really helps with your sport because you've got the best facilities in the UK here, right at your fingertips.
So parasport is integrated through almost all of our offers at Loughborough. Of course, there are some sports where we need to have specialist provision for some para-athletes, but overall, most of our programmes are highly integrated so that you have disabled and non-disabled athletes able to train alongside each other. We've got fantastic facilities, fantastic coaches, fantastic support staff. Our alumni network extends throughout professional sport, and what that creates in the end is a Loughborough family, which really is there around you and supporting you as you move through your journey.
As a scholar, I get free physio support, so I can see physio whenever I like and it's for free. I get free S&C, so I have a strength and conditioning coach that works with me and my coach. Then I can see a nutritionist, which again, he ties in with my strength and conditioning. It's all quite individualised, so the coaches will sit down with you and discuss like what you want out of the programme, what are your priorities, and they'll build a kind of a schedule that will suit you and your needs. It makes everything easy because they all talk to each other and then they can talk to my coach and then everything's just in one place, and so it's just, yeah, it's ideal, to be honest.
One of the things I'm proudest of is that the average marks of our performance athletes are higher than the university average almost every year. We really care about people's degrees and we support them and make modifications to both their sporting programme and their education programme so that they can genuinely do both.
The reputation of Loughborough, it's there for a reason. It's known as the best because it is the best.
So our facilities are fantastic and it's hard not to get blown away by them. But the thing I would really sell us on is the environment, the culture and the people that you'll be around. People genuinely trying to be the best they can be. We've got people competing internationally across all sorts of sports and you can't really fail but to be motivated and inspired by that.
Hello, I'm Ali Oliver, Chief Executive of the children's charity, the Youth Sport Trust, and I'm really excited to share our new strategy with you, inspiring changemakers and building belonging. Children only have one childhood, and worryingly things have got really critical for their health and happiness. We are staring in the face of the next pandemic, where children are spending too much time online and not enough time playing together and playing with their friends. Unhappy, unhealthy children don't learn. When children don't learn, they don't achieve their potential in life, and we end up with a society that isn't fit for purpose. Sadly, this isn't new to us at the Youth Sport Trust. We have spent 27 years building brighter futures through the power of play and sport, changing lives for the better by getting young people active, playing together, and experiencing the joy of movement. At the Youth Sport Trust, our vision is a future where every child enjoys the benefits that come from play and sport. And now there's never been a more important time for us to focus on this. Our strategy sets out to tackle this. Over the coming years, we'll harness the power of play and sport to help young people find a sense of belonging and raise awareness of the damaging impact of a life without play and sport. By helping young people feel a sense of belonging, we'll stop them being isolated, lonely, feeling anxious and bombarded by others constantly telling them how they should look, feel and be. We really need your support. A 4-year-old entering school this year will leave in 2035. They deserve a world where their health, happiness and well-being is prioritised. We're on a mission to try and create societal change, but we can't do that alone. We need a whole range of new change makers, teachers, families, young leaders themselves, politicians, the media, a range of people in public life who are equally concerned about the health and happiness of the next generation. So please join us, become a change maker, read our strategy and help us build a brighter future for young people through play and sport. Thank you.
What match is it? Is it the girls' doubles final or semi-final? It's the semi in the bottom right of that page, isn't it? Lily and Lily versus Imogen and Emma. Yeah, that looks like a really great picture. Everything, not just clothes, everything apart from the drum line has been mothballed.
Drive someone to get into there. And even just think, I went on 2 restaurants, touched on everything, and it was delicious. Cat, I'll find something. I'm fine. Sit in my room on my own and
I'll be doing that. So happy to Thank you everyone for your effort and interest.
I did attempt it, but no, I can some do things like that, but no, it's formula.
I thought I
championship?
Yeah. It's a 5-set, 3-set.
Yeah, that's the one.
A bit of a red out.
That is true.
So that is a if you're not in the top
Yeah, you could be a reserve player, sitting on the bench most weeks, getting paid £50 a week.
Another comparison is football. Professional football, you go to the training ground for
Yeah.
match, maybe on Saturday. You're a professional tennis player, but still a bit special anyway. You're travelling the world a bit.
Strict It's golf the same, isn't it? Golf, you've got it there. People see you in cars, isn't it? It's golf.
I don't remember. I'm not put on your name if you want to talk. Really? Is a seizure the same as a fit? Or are they different names?
So she took over the lead?
Yeah.
And who's the other lady?
Kirsty? Ginger hair? Yeah. She's still around.
She's still around?
Yeah, not doing so much on the disability side, but... Yeah. they can in the double. I don't trust the coach. He's very unreliable.
So good evening and welcome back. We have just received confirmation that play has been suspended for the rest of the day. The Wales game in the girls' double, Wales against Wales and England North, will take place now on day 3 on Sunday. So that concludes the play for day 2 here at Loughborough University. Thank you for watching. We will be back around about 9:45 in the morning for finals day. We hope to see you then, and thanks again for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.